kai komi mirio queri rizi ipape pechko nem chinjim kowenyu babantim papa no zoror iwomo moyo wangu we se babantim papa no zorora iwomo moyo wangu we se ishentim papa no zorora iwomo moyo wangu we se.
Music, while we are waiting for them to catch up with us. All right, thank you. Has got numbers of each and every sentence at the left margin. Saka, as we go through, we'll make reference to those numbers to identify the portion that we are talking about. Saka, that's what we'll do. And just by way of background, so that we appreciate how we are supposed to approach the Constitution. As you look at the Constitution, nema bylaws edu, you would realize kuti ino alternate a print between a bold print and my unbolded parts. And for us to then appreciate where we have got scope to discuss and change, the parts which are boldened are parts which we don't have discretion to amend, because my constitution and my bylaws are modeled after a GC model that is applicable and it's worldwide for purposes of uniformity. Saka all conferences worldwide work from the position of a model constitution. So from that model constitution, there are certain changes which would be done on the bolded part. Ma changes at ma changes at no accepted for purposes of alignment. Need the updated model constitution. Then there are portions which are in light print where there will be changes. We have got the discretion or liberty to discuss about those portions which are not in bold. So we are going to go through that. I'm hoping that those who are operating IT can be able to move with me. I'm already on the second page. So the first page only has the title of our constitution. We can scroll down and move to the second page. Right, as we look at our second page, there are portions that have got changes there on the Constitution. Line 8, line 9, line 10, up to 11, they are cancelled and replaced by what you then find at the bottom. That is an amendment that was done on the papers. It's in bold print. We don't have discretion to amend that. So as amended, that clause will read that the purpose of this conference is to make disciples of Jesus Christ who live as his loving witnesses and proclaim to all people the everlasting gospel of the three angels' message in preparation for his soon return. That's what it will read as amended. Portion reconciled is going to come out of it. The next change which you will notice is from line 21 up to line 24. There's a cancellation there. It talks about relationship. It says the portion that says this conference shall pursue the mission of the church in harmony with the fundamental beliefs, programs, and initiatives and actions adopted and approved by the GC of Seventh-day Adventists in quinquennial sessions. That portion is the portion that is cancelled. So that is the change which you will find on that portion. We can scroll down to the next page. On line 24, line 24 there is just a formal amendment. Are we together? Oh, I'm looking at a different. Let me look at what you're looking at. All right, so I think scroll down. You can scroll down. All right, hold on, just go up a little bit. All right, under amendments, Article 6. Article 6, the portion that has got blue, is just a minor amendment so that it reads that amendments to the Constitution and bylaws. That is the change which is there. It adds those words, akanzi and bylaws. But at the bottom, the line that starts with the conference executive, that will be line 36. That portion has been cancelled. It's again a portion that is in bold print, which we don't have discretion at this meeting to amend. So that's the other amendment that is coming there. Those are the amendments to the Constitution. We then move to the amendments to the bylaws. The bylaws. My bylaws are supposed to be read together with the Constitution. When you come to the bylaws, the first article, principal office, that has been amended to update it to reflect where we now currently are. When the last session was done, we were at that address which is cancelled. But that address has since changed in the course of the term, this past term. So that is an amendment that is supposed to just reflect the current developments of where we are physically located, our offices, and that is on line 6 and 7. That's the new address of the North Zimbabwe Conference. That is the change which is there. If you go down to line 11, there's a correction there. And that correction is just reading that the term of office is supposed to be triennial, and not quinquennial. And that's just an amendment. I think we've always had triennial. There was discussion as to whether or not to move it. So that has been left at triennial. So that is the reason why there's that change. In the model constitution, which is the GC one, it reads quinquennial. But it is to align it with our current practice at local conference. We use triennial terms, which is the reason why it's amended there to read that the conference shall hold a regular triennial membership constituency meeting. If you go down, the next change in our constitution. Yes? Sorry? I didn't hear. All right, okay, I see what you mean. All right, so that portion I think is noted. It's supposed to be aligned. If you could highlight it, those who are Nengi, if you could just highlight that portion so that it receives attention. Thank you. All right, I think we can go down to line 32. Another hint? All right. Okay, no, I see what you mean. Yeah, those comments are not probably, I think the draft you are using is annotated. It's not supposed to be annotated. So don't mind the comments. They are not supposed to receive our attention in this meeting. So you can disregard those comments. I think there were comments on the working draft as it was being discussed. They were left there, I think, as we were trying to clean up the document. So probably can disregard the comments. We will just look at the changes. All right, thank you. So the next change that we'll look at appears on line 32. That portion that says a method approved by the East Zimbabwe Union Committee in the event of inaction or failure to call a constituency meeting. I think there's that amendment to remove non-compliance. Just for it to read a constituency meeting is just a change in wording. That is being proposed there. We can scroll down. All right. So there's an underlined portion there, paragraph 9 up to 14. 9 up to 14. The underlined portion there is indicating a proposed change that is meant to align with the recent practice of being able to hold virtual attendance at constituency meetings. So the discussion around there is to say that we need to be able to make use of these facilities in the event that we can't hold physical meetings. You will probably just recall that in previous experiences, due to a global pandemic, events beyond anyone's control, we were unable to hold a session, I think, for some time. So that change is to suggest a change that allows a session to be called through other means. The reason why we were unable to hold a session is because the Constitution bound us to just meet physically. So this is updating it to allow for that change that allows for virtual attendance at constituency meetings. So that is the portion which is underlined. That is the change which is proposed there. You can scroll down. So the next amendment is just an amendment in wording, which you'll find on paragraph 46, line 46. Line 46 is just to remove the descriptor Zimbabwe East, to just leave it as generic union conference. We all can identify what union it is referring to, isn't it? So it's just to keep the constitution generic, all right? So that's the change which is there. Then the next changes are on that page. Which reads that, I think line 3. Oh yeah, so line 1 again changes to remove the descriptions so that it just refers to a division and not being specific to the Southern African Indian Ocean division. The constitution should be left in generic terms and not in descriptive terms. That to leave it as generic. The next change which you will find there deals with the ability to cast remote votes. Again, an updating that is being done in line with the trends of being able to hold meetings virtually. So it allows for electronic votes. That is the change which is suggested there. And then the method by which that is accepted. Votes cast remotely shall have the same validity as if the delegates met and voted on site. So it's to allow that change that allows the movement with the times. Then it comes to line 7, right up to line 11, there, which refers to the issue of parliamentary authority. It is dealing with the rules of procedure. So our meeting ufamba kwa ikuita iko zvinezvi. Ikufamba because we are following rules of procedure, which tell us how we are supposed to vote, what we are supposed to do, at what time we are supposed to meet. So those rules of procedure ndo ayikuprovidwa apo kuti in the event that the constitution is silent about how we are supposed to conduct a particular procedure, mono meeting, we refer to a standard which is a generally known standard, known as the parliamentary rules of procedure. So our constitution is incorporating that so that it can cover gaps where our constitution and bylaws are silent on procedure. If they are silent on procedure, what guides us will be the parliamentary rules of procedure. So that is what it is referring to. And these are the rules that we follow generally worldwide in terms of conducting our meetings. So that's what that change relates to. The next change appears there, line 14, which says regular. We're just taking out the word regular to refer to meeting, to simplify the constitution, so that just refers to meetings, isn't it? And then we then go to line 17, where we are talking about election and appointment of term of office. Okay? The change there is reading other positions to be filled by election may include the chief administrator and board members of conference institutions if and as required by the governance, documents, and structure of each entity. That change was done to the model constitution, so we are bringing it forward for adoption in our own constitution so that we align with the model constitution. It's just allowing for filling up of these other positions at a meeting such as this. The next change, you will find it on Article 3, representation at constituency meetings. Okay? Regular delegates, there is just an update in there which speaks to all delegates, which delegates are supposed to attend as regular delegates, which delegates attend as delegates at large. So there's just an update, and you see below it, pane portion yakacancelewa, passes up. That is a change which is suggested to the model constitution again, which we just thought we should adopt so that we can be able to align the model constitution, GC. So if you scroll down, you see that this phase, paka underline wa apo, is a substitution of the portion EO, cancelled. So that is the change which is being done to the Constitution. It's aligning it to the model Constitution. So that is the change there, which is dealing with Article 3, that speaks about attendance. Then you then come to Constituency meeting, Article 4. There's an underlined portion which says, to facilitate the business of the session, constituency meeting committees may convene by means of an electronic conference or similar communications by which all persons participating can hear each other at the same time. So you see that insertion again is to align trends hold a meeting virtually. And some of the changes which you have seen before, we're dealing with capacitating us to be able to hold meetings virtually. And so this is also in line with that approach. Then if you scroll down, okay, I see hands. Yeah. Perhaps if the mic can move so that we can hear you, because I was struggling to hear some people as they were. The mic?
Yeah.
Okay.
Technology.
All right.
Thank you. I see now on the Article 4 that we are dealing with.
Yes.
You are saying we are making this change to align to the model constitution on this particular change that we are now dealing with.
Line 30 to 32.
Yes, if they could scroll up. Yes, those changes. From 30, the organizing committee, which is 36, 37, because that is what you have inserted, isn't it, now?
Yes, which is inserted just above that.
Which is now cancelling the one that is at the bottom, which was the previous constitution?
No, so when you look at paragraph 33 to 35, it's not cancelling anything, it's an insertion.
No, 36 to 45.
36 to 45.
Yes.
Yeah, perhaps if you may scroll down to the portion that is cancelled so that we actually look at that. Yes.
And so we are saying that insertion is to align our constitution to the model constitution, isn't it?
Yes, that is correct.
So if my understanding, it means that the organizing committee now shall be the delegates at the constituent meeting. Is that their understanding? Because even we are going through stage by stage to understand what these changes are like, isn't it?
Yes.
So it assumes that all 600 of us are now the organizing committee, in as far as that statement is saying.
All right, yes, I'm following what you're saying. I think the query that we have is a query that I think I'll ask Pastor Love to assist us with that query. But this is what the model constitution is saying.
Yes.
Though the practical challenges associated with it were noted. But the problem with it is that we could not change what is in the model constitution without consulting it with the SID. So we have presented it as it is in the model constitution. But in terms of practice, how to deal with the practical challenges associated with this, I think that is a challenge which actually, I think Pastor Love can help us address. Pastor Love.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please scroll up. Yeah, it's okay. Organizing committee. So the amendment on that section 1, organizing committee, Previously, in the model constitution, it was in light print. Okay? That's why we were able to do adjustments and put in what has been crossed out. Now, what was in light print is now in bold print. All right? So it's in bold print to explain how the organizing committee is going to be constituted. Each church represented at the constituency meeting shall choose or empower its delegation to choose one member plus one additional member for each. Ash, I don't know what number you put there. 1,000 or major fraction thereof in addition to the at-large delegates. So this portion is now in bold print. And by law, we have to revert to that now without any adjustment or any amendments. Okay, so when we are applying it now, we are going to apply, that's what we are going to apply when we set up the organizing committee. Okay?
All right, allow me to do this so that we can be able to have better management of our time.
Thank you. What the speaker has said, have we crossed out this one and inserted? Yes. What is down there has been replaced by this in bold. That's okay. Thank you.
All right, I see this has generated more interest. Allow me, for purpose of managing this session, Aniti, please hold your questions and then we open it once because I think we may not be able to complete this if we go close by close, Aniti. All right. Okay, that's fine. I'm being guided here because I think we're trying to get control of how we can actually make progress with this. Sakahanze, if it is the House pleasure that we deal with these issues now as we are going through, then let us do so. Allow me to recognize the hands that are there. And then we can be able, because I think the problem is which makes it difficult. Saka, I am going to record, there's a hand one, I'm going to count the hands. There's a hand one, Pastor Rodzi. There, and then there's another hand there, 2. And then there's this hand, 3. And then this hand, 4. Please, okay, just what I said, depends the section here, and then I come to this section. So there are these 4 hands. If the mic can come this side, and then I come to this end. Stangane kumashure uko kuna Pastor Rodzi. Or I think what is easier, can I ask those with questions to come Pamberi so that we can see in the end of, because I think we would need to manage our time. One more questions, just come and stand Pamberi Panap. Rather than they might come in there, otherwise we'll not be able to manage our time. So here said one more questions have come forward. One more questions we said, can you come forward and stand this side? On this close. I'm hoping my questions are dealing with clause in and not another clause for now. All right, thank you. All right, that's the reason why sometimes when they have spoken, because we are assuming what they are standing for is what I am also thinking. But if it's not, I should be allowed to speak. Perhaps what we can do is, we would rather recognize the hands and it. If what you are thinking has been addressed, you can then say it has been addressed. I think that would be better. Otherwise, we'll spend the whole day dealing with reactions to a particular question. So I think if you have a question and it is then addressed, you can then be able to sit down and say it is addressed. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Brother Moyo. I'll come back to the floor to just check and agree on matters of time. Ngative nekuwirana kuti inguva yatiri kupa each person for question, either 3 minutes or 2 minutes or 1 minute. Then we agree. Tikasadaro, then kuflowa kwedu kunotinetsa. It's up to this house. Okay, you want to propose? Yes, thank you. Time a question. Yemvunzo wemunhu.
All right, sorry. Let's just observe this. No ma issues ema rules of procedure tasha taura ya nditi. Meeting eda ifambe tikasavumrana on procedure. Anditika if we agree on giving each other time to speak, that's the time which you must ask your question. Otherwise, the problem for 5 minutes. But at the same time, our time at least also manage anything else. So in other words, if we agree and commit to a time, Munu will manage their questions so that they can ask their questions within the time allocated. That is the procedure. Anywhere else where you go, you are not given unlimited time to talk. Can we have proposals on how much time we think a person should be able to ask a question? All right, there's a suggestion for 60 seconds. Anyone to second 60 seconds? Seconded. Any other suggestions? All right. There is...
Fellow delegates, thank you so much. Let us follow the rules of order. Pamsore ma delegates. Anotenderwa kutaura ndo munhu apuhwa floor. Kana asina kupuhwa floor haatenderwi kutaura unless watopuhwa the floor. Let us follow the rules of order. Thank you so much. Okay, so question yanga yaitwa called. All in favor? Okay, right. Right. Panga pa bvunzwa kutizo. Pane revane another. Yes. Okay. Seconds, 1 minute. Yeah. Okay, there's a proposal here, 2 minutes. Varu second at 2 minutes. Okay, panel another proposal, or we go with the 1 minute and second minute, then we vote. Is that you want to propose another?
A point of order, sir. I think on this bylaws, or I can say on constitution, we've got a stipulated time where we're supposed to discuss and amend this thing. So if we give so much time to people who are contributing on this area, it is going to eat a lot of time for us. So let us stick to our time. I propose we sit on on 30 seconds, someone to discuss to make a comment. Yes, thank you.
Dear delegates, when one moves in yake atitenderwe kuti tiite chorus. Dear delegates, thank you so much for respecting that order. Thank you. So, we propose 30 seconds. Pane revano second at 30 seconds. Atina sota aku votesa. Now let us make use of our voting cards, yes or no. Vose varikuti 1 minute. Let's put our voting cards up in the air. Let me see varikuti 1 minute. Okay. All right. Down, thank you. Varikuti the Tatanga tichiti vari kuti 1 minute, then 2 minutes. Tine motions, two aitwa proposed. Pane 1 minute ne 2 minutes. Okay, vari kuti vanga vasina kunzwisa, so let me go back. Right. Tapuwa ma proposals to the delegates. 1 minute and 2 minutes. So takuchivhotera, varikuti let's go with the 1 minute. Flash up your yes cards in the air. Okay? Varikuti 2 minutes. 2 minutes. You can just see that. 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes carries the vote. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Palm sorry, so that we make progress. Allow me to make progress on this. Recognize what I think the request from media is to say, Taure map your mic so that those who are following live can be able to hear you. Otherwise, they won't be able to hear you if you speak. Snap your mic. All right, thank you. I think it will be made easier because those who are speaking are coming in front where the mic is. All right, so let's hear the first question. We're going to hear, I think, all the questions. I think let's have these 4 and then we respond. Then this side will respond.
Thank you, Chair. Muvunzo wangu uri pa line 37 as a follow-up to an earlier question. Iri kutaura the organizing committee shall be constituted as follows. Each church represented at the constituents meeting shall choose or empower its delegation to choose 1 member plus 1 additional member for each, blah, blah, blah. Saka mubvunzo wati, pa organizing committee, turungoda clarification. Zviri kureva here kuti each church iri represented muno, ndo number yema delegates abva kuma churches. Acha sarudza anonominate somebody into the organizing committee. Apana kunyatso pindurika zvatijekera.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's the first question. The second one, please.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm just having an issue understanding Article 8 in relation with the rest of the Constitution and the bylaws. What I'm noticing is that it's mentioning that the boldest text of the Constitution and the bylaws shall not be amended, right? Then if we go back to Article 6, it's saying that the bylaws, they allow you to add some provisions. So when you start adding provisions, you are amending. But so is it just amending what's not in bold text, or you are allowed to amend even what's in bold? So therefore, Article 6 and Article 8, they seem to be in contradiction of one another.
So the Article 6 of the
Constitution and Article 8 of the Constitution. Article 8 is stating that you cannot amend what's in bold text. But Article 6 is making a provision that you can add provisions, and of which the provisions, it's not clear. Is it verbal provisions? Is it written down provisions? What's the procedure? Is it at a meeting, or you can just do it at the executive committee? It's not clear. So my point is that Article 6, as it stands, and Article 8 are actually in contradiction of one another.
All right. And then the last question on this side.
Okay, I'm still following up on the issue that I raised up initially on our article number 4 on the constitution of the organizing committee being the old delegates in the constituent meeting. I understand and I appreciate the fact that the bolded text are from GC and they have to be put in to align. What we are proposing is to then say that is not practical from an implementation perspective in our setup. If we are allowed to then insert provisions in the same section which then allow for adequate representation of the different constituent members, then it makes it a practical way of implementing at the section on the organizing committee. Left to ourselves to nominate a nominating committee as it is written there, it will be a difficult one to implement, and we'll end up missing out important constituencies. So what we are saying is, let's insert some provisions which make it practical and representative to all the whole constituents. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's respond to these ones first. To the first question, Yanzi, article ikureva kuti tese takagara kudaiwo tisu organizing committee here, and the answer is yes. That's what it is reading, and it is the amended and the substituted provision is suggesting that all of us, as we are seated, would constitute the organizing committee. It then takes me to this follow-up question. The follow-up question there could, are we able to then insert what is practical, because there are challenges in having it in the manner in which it is phrased, where everyone is a delegate. The only amendments we can make to the bylaws are those that are not inconsistent with the board parts. So the provision that has been inserted is directly prescribing for a particular approach. If we insert something that is inconsistent with that, then we will have a problem. You can only insert if it's not inconsistent. That's what Article 8 of the Constitution says. So to the extent that it is inconsistent, then we have got a problem, we are bound. Saka, tina masimba ekuzozviisa kana zvichizokonflicta nezvanga zviripo zvaiswa. Then the last question says, Article 6 and Article 8 of the Constitution are conflicting, because imwe yekuti mabylaws munoita zvamuda nawo, imwe yekutaura kuti munogona muri limited only to the boarded part of the Constitution. If you notice that the amendment to Article 8 is in fact addressing that problem, as it is coming, it's an amendment in bold. So the manner in which it is addressing it is closing out that gap by saying the Constitution and the bylaws, the parts which are in bold, are not open to discretion. So what that means is that we don't have discretion even with respect to the suggested model bylaws where the portion is in bold. So this is what limits us. So this is the problem that we have with that provision. If you would remember, I think Pastor watsanangura kuti provision as it was previously phrased, yanga in light print. So yati allow kuti choose very practical, like what you are suggesting. But the problem there kuti, when the model constitution was reviewed, it then came back here bold print. The only change we can do so due to that section is if we go back where they amended it. Our hands are tied at this level to be able to change the part that is in bold in the bylaws. Saka previously, in the previous model constitution, it was written like this, but it was in light print. Therefore, with the discretion to say it's not practical, let us put what is practical. But when they updated the model constitution, vakavaisa in bold. Javakaisa in bold. If we are dissatisfied with that part, we can only lobby back where it was amended to say this is not practical, please can you change it? But we cannot at this level say we are changing it. So this is the challenge that we have. We are finding ourselves with our hands tied due to my rules relating to what we can amend and what we can't amend. Perhaps, Pastor, in case you want to clarify anything.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Zvatiri kuita iye zvino, tiri kuamenda the bold print to make sure it is consistent with the model. Application inozotevera. Ndizvoka. I'm glad atotsanangura kuti zviri kureve zvazviri. Patichasvika panguva yekuzo-apply. Ndo patichauya chairperson will bring an appropriate recommendation to try and deal with this. By the way, This thing is not an observation that has started from here. It started from constitution and bylaws in all conferences, especially in Zimbabwe, who are having sessions. So the discussions have gone to SID and so forth, but it's now just a question of procedure. Kuti zvichinjwe nesu hazvigone zvinogona kufanira kutochinjwa ne-SID. So please, let us, because it's not going to change anything per board. We can discuss and discuss and discuss something on the bold section that won't change. What can change, what can be adjusted is what is in the light print. All right. Thank you so much.
All right, I think let's come to this side.
Okay, I think the reason yaita kuti pano ndeyekusetla zvinhu izvo, conference ikatiburitsira ma-resources. So time, kana zvichibvira kuti rare muno chechi iende mberi, I think munhu wese ari kufanira kutaura the issues dziaddresswe dzigopera chechi yedu igoenda mberi. So I think nyaya yetime, ma-views edu ese ngaataurwe asolvwe pano. That's why taitirwa budget rekuti program iende kumberi.
All right, thank you. I notice it's an observation, it's not a question. It does not require my address. Thank you.
Okay, on the issue here about the taxi irkunetsa, I don't know. I think there is a way around it already. Boss pane pa line number 39 yoyo, irikuti oro a major fraction thereof. I think around there, I think there's a possibility of maybe saying that organizing committee can be one representative from each federation. But that major fraction thereof can be defined by us, which major fraction that is. I think that provision we can discuss and agree on that major fraction. Why, both like I said, open, both there's a possibility that organizing committee can meet prior to the session. Can we call all these people just to come to have a nominating committee prior to the constituents meeting? It cannot be practical, because that is in bold. It cannot be changed. So I think that major fraction thereof give us room to define that major fraction thereof. That provision, if I'm sorry, seems to disagree in conflict with our provision that has section E, line number 16. Takuti choose an organizing committee tauya kunuku. While this we are agreeing with everyone here is part of the organizing committee. So I feel Kuti, that section where it says major part thereof, let us define isusu here. What is that major part thereof? We can agree Kuti isusu is no Zimbabwe conference. That major part thereof can be a federation. And each member of the church is empowered to choose a delegate, and it are going to organizing committee from their federation to be part of the organizing committee. And if we do that, then it becomes practical. We can even organize. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. I think as we are talking, our timekeeper will be indicating to us, will be guiding us. All right, thank you. I think that issue, I've heard you. Maybe let's hear the other questions and then we'll respond once.
Okay, thank you. My issue is an issue of principle. Nyaya Bolton letters, that one is not touchable. Ndikuona sekunge pane an inconsistency as a conference, or maybe to the extent of our SID as well. Pakuti, in our
In our church manual, we have issues that are important that are declared ku GC. Zatakauya nadzo kunoku zamunobata and read before the church that the church manual is sacred, we cannot change anything. But yet we violate those things. Understand me, we don't ordain women in this conference. But it's there. We violate the standing of the General Conference. So, with the same spirit, we can as well amend and move away from the burden so that it suits our constituents and do what is comfortable with us. Therefore, I therefore move that we make a change which suits us and not adhere to the burden letters. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mine is basically just a follow through to the statement that was raised by Pastor Rodzi. It would not make sense kuti tese takadaito kwanisa kuve in organizing committee. I heard Pastor Parangeta vaburitsa pfungwa yekuti at some point mchazotipa how we are going to operationalize it. But I think at this juncture it is important and imperative kuti Pastor Parangeta vatipe to pacify pfungwa dzavanhu, because at the moment we have a lot of discomfort kuti tiende mberi tisingazivi kuti zviri kureve chii. Because practically it is not possible for us 3600 kutite organizing committee unless ndinda kungofunga kuti maybe inini ndichachoose the next person chooses me, but still is the same number of people. Ideally parikutaugwa pfungwa yambobudisa element yekuti members or a major fraction thereof. Interpretation yedu muno can be kuti major or inonzichi a major fraction thereof could be a district or it could be a federation, so that it then makes sense kuti panogara vanhu 50 or 40 as the organizing committee as opposed to the 600 iri pano. Saka inini ndiri kufungira kuti pfungwa yedu should center on the aspect iri mukati memutemo wedu kuti a major fraction of. Toshandisa ipapo kuti titsvake organizing committee on the basis yekuti it's either a district or a federation. Thank you so much.
Tinotenda indakambogarawo kuBotswana taishandisa madelegates esaya kudai so ndo aichuza the committee yaenda kunoita maelections. Saka taingoti takagara zvatakaita sezvatinoita kuchechi ndo zvataingoswita semadelegates, taizosara kodiscusswa zvimwe zvese izvi vanhu ivavo vatosarudzwa vatoenda vakutoita izvo. Ndakagara kuBotswana ndikatombawa a delegate ndakangochuzwa kubva muvanhu ivavo vakagaramo ngonzi magwenzi ndotosimuka kana vachidiscussa vodiscussa zvatopera. Zvinogona kungoitika kwete kuti hazviite, zvinoita, but nekuti tatagara tine zvataa tichiita tikungofunga kuti ndo zvinoita, but zvinoita.
All right, thank you. I think there are issues which have been raised. I think we imagine I shall have to call Pastor Nengi to assist us. I think most of the issues which have been raised this side relate to what Pastor Ndlovu was saying, that they address how we shall then implement and operationalize this. And it's, in other words, the way I understood the comment dear Pastor Ndlovu to be saying, this is the deck of cards we have been served. We now must deal with the deck of cards. And it's, how are we then going to apply it in a manner that is practical while it's keeping in the spirit of the Constitution? And it's, I think there's a call for to clarify how that can be done. I'm sure he's going to address that. But I think the idea is it is being raised. These are issues, how then do we operationalize and it. But I think the motion, can we not suggest to change this? I think it's repeating the same narrative here at Taura. We are playing into aspects which we don't have power to change. And we cannot say, kunoku, sema Adventist, kunoku, as far as the constitution and the policies are concerned. You start to answer our own way. These burden portions represent elements that must reflect uniformity across the globe. And then there are practices which are in light print, which have got discretion. So I think we just need to understand the concept that in as much as we may not like that deck of cards, the problem is that the burden part, we don't have powers to change it. And it's not a matter that we have got discretion over. But Pastor can address the questions around implementation that have been raised.
Okay, thank you very much. I think Pambo no mwambo taura tanga taura nezve time tatovotera tikawirirana. Okay, so the house has already voted kuti chapana nanguva yakadii. Chechipiri, we have no right to change the bold text. If we do that, we are saying that we are not mature enough to be a conference. That's what we are saying. Now, number 2, the implementation, this voting of the Constitution, especially the bold section, is not subject to what is going to happen. It will not change anything. All right? It may settle emotions, but this is not an emotional meeting. This is a business meeting. So what you need to understand is when we are dealing right now on the floor is the Constitution and Bylaws Amendment. Now, what it provides is, per bold print, we are adopting, and it only requires a simple majority to accept kuti zvamakaisa up ndo zviri mumodel constitution yemuchurch chete. That is what we are doing right now. Okay? Number 2, kana taakuchenda pa light print nema proposals aripo ndo atinozodiscussa kuti izvi tinoda izvi atidini atidi. Tanayo constitution ndo yatinozoshandisa kuchitsanangura kuti taakuita sei. Izvi hatina constitution because tiri kudini tichiri kuidiscuss. There's no way we can start discussing how we are going to implement when we don't have it yet. All right? Saka, we have this, and in Rokumbira last time at this session ends, it's takatadza futhi constitution because people were refusing to understand nyaye board print. Chete. And this is the only conference pane zvata kubva pataka board print veduwe. Chamungangotarisa kuti imimi muri kuti pa bold up. But model constitution, I'm sure you were given the models as well. Model constitution makapiwa kuti ndiratidzai kuti mucompare kuti ndizvo here hapana zviri right. Ndo zvatiri kutarisa apa. Kana tavhota bold takuchienda pa light print takuchicorrecta kuti no apa mati number yakati I think izvozvo ndo zvatinodiscussa manje izvo. So can we make progress, please? Okay?
All right, thank you. I think that is addressed. Allow me to move. All right. So if you scroll down, all right. So if you may hold there, I think that's the next change which is coming on the Constitution. And that one, I think the cancelled portion is what we were discussing, which is now in bold print. And then there is the next change comes on line 21. The rest of what is there was always there. So if you then go to section 2, line 21 to 22, the portion that is the membership of the committee shall be balanced as nearly as possible between denominational workers representing various segments of the work and territories of the conference and laypersons. It's cancelled. The reason why it is cancelled is because previously it was in light print. And now, if you read Pamsorapo, that line is now appearing in bold print. So that is the change which is there. That what was previously in light print is now in bold print. Then the next change appears on line 27, there, which says, excluding non-official members of the executive committee. It says, the whole sentence says, persons holding elective office as outlined in Article 2, Section 11, in the current term, excluding non- or ex-official members of the executive committee, shall not be eligible to serve on the nominating committee. I think the change there is to permit people who were in the executive committee previously to still be eligible for participating in the nominating committee. So it means someone who was in a previous executive committee can still be nominated to get into the nominating committee. That is the change which is there. The next change appears on Article 4. Article 4, Section 3, Paragraph C, that will be line 28. It's now dealing with part of the powers administrative authority that the executive committee shall have. And there is a paragraph there to add it to read, to employ such personnel as may be necessary to execute its work effectively. In other words, the change there is to include that portion which allows the executive committee to have these powers. So that is the change which is there, is underlined. If we go further down to Article 6, officers and their duties, Section 1, there is a change in line 5 there, which reads, the Secretary and Treasurer, Chief Financial Officer may be one individual known as the Secretary Treasurer. It cancels the word Chief Financial Officer. It's dealing with the identification. In the event that we decide to combine the offices of the Secretary and of the Treasurer, then the person will be known as Secretary Treasurer. The person cannot be identified as Chief Financial Officer. So that is the change there. Then if we go further down to paragraph B, that will be your line 21. There is a change which we are adopting there. It used to read vice chairperson. I think the amendment is just semantics. It's supposed to read the vice chair. The correct wording or semantics that is supposed to be used. Okay, so that is the change which is there in bold. The next change, you will find it in line 39, which reads, the Treasurer, Chief Financial Officer shall also be responsible for furnishing copies of the financial statements to the union officers. I think the change there is for it to read generic, to say with union officers and not to specifically identify to say Zimbabwe East Union. So it's just a change in the wording and not in substance. Then if you go to Article 7, Section 2, there is an underlined portion there which has been added, which reads, and it's dealing with directors of departments, association services, and it reads departments, association services structure. Conference departments, associations, and services shall be organized in harmony with the department, association, service structure of the General Conference, but shall not necessarily duplicate the department's association services at division. In other words, it's dealing with the manner in which these departments may be organized in terms of groupings. And it says we can copy the GC, but you don't necessarily need to feel compelled to take it as it is. Okay? So in other words, it's suggesting to us an option for us to follow the model at the GC in terms of how we organize our departments. So that is the change which is there in Article 7, Section 2. The next change is one in semantics, Article 9, Section 2, line 26. There's a portion there which says tithe is shared with the union and division on fixed percentages is set by the division executive committee. I think that was just a semantic arrangement because it repeats exactly the same words after that. So it's not a change in substance. But that's the part in bold, which was just taken as is. But I think it repeats the same words. Then that will be all. Those are the changes that are proposed in the Constitution. Perhaps as the pastor has explained, we are adopting the changes in bold and we are accepting the suggestions that are in light print. So these are the proposed changes. I move, Mr. Chair, that we adopt this.
Thank you so much. It has been moved. Anyone to second the motion? Seconded? Do we have any outstanding discussion on the matter? Let me recognize the hands. 1, 2, 3. In that order, may you please come forward and get the mic. There's another fourth one. Okay, point of order. Yes, Pastor Ndlovu.
We should vote the bold section first, separately, and then we deal with the light.
Thank you. May I change the motion? I move, Mr. Chair, that we vote to adopt the changes in the bold section.
Okay, the motion has been moved. Anyone to second? Seconded. Anyone, do we have any outstanding issue pertaining to the bold section? This is what we have here. Okay, number 1. Anyone else? Okay, after you, then Pastor Ndlovu. Please go ahead.
All right. Ndanda kuti pa bold section pange pachi buda pa screen pane pari blank in terms of number patanti discuss ama number ye organizing committee ndazona papi ya 1000 kune yatakatumirwa pa email there's 1000. Some questions angu ndaye kuti if we adopt that isusu kuno kutanga tine system yekuti church ikaricha 1000 plus taita dismantle anditika tokamura nepakati toita ma small groups. Saka turuti manje ipapo futi how are we going to operate isu taadopta the bold one irukutaura kuti church inofanira kunge inechi membership ye 1000 isusu kuno we are working with small groups.
At quick response, when the Constitution is saying 1,000, it's not prescribing kuti tema church 1,000. And it prescribes what happens in the event that we have a church with 1,000 members. And it's not prescribing as permissive. And it's not permitting us to have 1,000 people. But it's dealing in the event that we have got 1,000 people. Then we then have an extra delegate.
Okay, next. Okay, thank you so much. I think that's the only thing. Pastor Ndlovu, I suppose. Pastor Ndlovu. Okay. Now, I think we are done. Pastor Ndlovu. Okay, I think the consents on bold sections, I think they are done. We are ready to vote.
Okay. There's a bold in the address. The principal address is in bold. It should be in light.
All right. Thank you.
I think, I think that's the observation.
Take note of that one. Thank you. Now, I think we are ready to vote for the bold section. All that are in favor that let's accept to adopt the bold sections is been presented. May we show by raising our yes cards. Okay, may you put your hands down. Those that oppose by the same sign of no, it's carried. Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we accept the suggestions that are in light print.
Okay, a motion has been moved. Anyone to second the motion? Seconded. Any outstanding discussion? I believe this is why we have some people here before us in that order. number 1. For purposes of those that are following us online, please may you come up front here so you may be visible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My contribution is on the composition of the nominating committee. Okay. We have voted the board aspect concerning the nominating committee, which is fine, but I'm making a proposal here that we come up with a formula of calculating the composition of the nominating committee. We make an insertion there. That my proposal is that should be balanced, but based on a pro rata or a proportional basis. And therefore, Mr. Chair, I move that the delegates accept that proposal. Thank you.
Point of order, Pastor Ndlovu, may you guide us?
Okay, you cannot move a motion within a motion. You can only make a suggestion. No more rules of procedure. All right, we cannot move a motion within a motion. My rules of procedure. But I guess the point which is then made, it can be taken as a suggestion. I think it can be discussed. But you cannot move a motion within a motion.
Okay, let's move to the next speaker.
All right, thank you. Mine is on Article 6, Section 1, where there was reference to say the secretary and the treasurer may be one individual. I assume, and also maybe it can be confirmed. Currently, we have the president, then also we have the secretary and the treasurer. Then if you collapse the role of the treasurer and the secretary to be one, I think there will be some sort of collusion, in a sense that if the president overpowers the secretary or the secretary treasurer, it means that whatever decision that will be made by those two, it will be the president's decision. Unlike in a case whereby we have the president, the treasurer, then the secretary, we can't have both or the three of them having the same mind. So separation of these roles, I would say, is the most appropriate. Collision or combining them won't work organizational.
The third presenter, third speaker.
Tinotenda ini wangu mvunzo ndine mvunzo andanyazonzwa zvakanaka ndibetserei pa nominating committee. Paita sokuti vakambopinda nominating committee previously. Patiri kuita izvinezvi havasi kufanira kunge vachipinda nominating committee. Zvangoinda nominating committee. Kuvakanga vari ku leadership havasi kunzivo vakanga varimo havafaniri kudzokera mu leadership. Why? Mbonditsanangurirai ipapo.
Another speaker. It's okay, order. Let's have order. It's all right.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pane zvinhu zvandancinotisa kubva pakutanga. Tiri kuona kuti mukubudiswa kwazvaitwa tasvika taona zvamukaisa in board letters zvataadopta, and then imwe challenge iri kutoitika sechurch hatisi kutoziva kutonzwisisa. That's why you make a controversy. Zvoti takutadza kunzwanana nekuti tesi rutonzwisisa kuti zviri kurevei. Saka I suggest to next time it's better kutotanga before takutanga kudzidzira panapa kuda kunzwisisa zvinhu izvi maigona kudzidzisa vanhu even kumachurches, because as church we have a power rekutadza kuadopta even zvinhu zvitori right, because nyika ndo ine simba kumusoro but church ine simba kubva pasi. Saka tinogona kusagamuchira zvinhu zvitori right nekuti hamuna kutitsanangurira, but mukatitsanangurira tinogona kugamuchira nekunzwisisa.
Thank you very much. Point of order, yes, Pastor Wodzi, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our PA system needs serious attention. We are struggling to hear it. Please, in the no meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Time for responses now.
All right, thank you. All right. Hello, can you hear me? Makundinzwa romashuri. Hanza asikunzwa. All right, can you hear me now? All right, thank you. I have seen my yes button achisimuka. All right, I think the first question relates to Janzi say, and I think there's one pass roads in the point of order manje. It deals nema family meetings and auto kwacheko. All right, the second issue relates to the question Yanzi. All right, the observation in the place they are addressing the light print, we have taken note of that. We will, I think that will just be Nengi. In fact, I'll just move the motion that we adopt as amended, putting in that in light print. All right, then the position regarding the secretary treasurer. Constitution is kutita kuno shandana ne position iri one. And it garage constitution. The only portion that has changed is how we identify who is the person in the event that there is a decision to say, let's have that person or those roles combined into one. If that happens, the description of that person is called as a secretary treasurer and not chief financial officer. In other words, we cannot refer to that person as a treasurer. We can only refer to the person as a secretary treasurer. So it is an amendment that just deals with what we call that person. It is not saying we are going to combine these roles. Okay, so that is the change that requires clarification. I think the last one is an observation. I think it's just an observation. Okay, there's a question. Let me just address that one. Okay. Yanzi kune nemhaka yezvichinzi vamwe havachapinde nominating committee vanga vagara varipo handiti. I think there's just let me just explain that provision. Haisi kuti vanhu vanga vari executive committee havachapinde. In fact, it's correcting it to say that they are entitled to get in. So what that provision is saying, previously, it was possible to read the constitution and interpret it in such a way you could, kana wanga executive committee previously, when you choose the nominating committee, you don't get in. This is what it was reading. Now, the change that is suggested is going to read this way. It is saying that kuna vanopinda executive committee by virtue of office, vanonzi vari ex officio. And it is those people who are not eligible. Sir President, and havapindi muno a nominating committee. He is not eligible for appointment into the nominating committee because he was in the executive committee by virtue of office. But there are people who are in the executive committee not by virtue of office, but because vakasarudzwa into the nominating committee. Those people, the change is saying they are supposed to be eligible for getting into a nominating committee. Saka vanhu vese vanga vari executive committee, their names are available for nomination again into a nominating committee. Vasingangotenderwe badzi vanhu vanga vari executive committee by virtue of office.
All Right, I think, point of order. Okay, may you get the mic and.
All right, issue a motion. I think clarify again what you said about motion.
Yes, I brought in a suggestion, of which the chair responded that I cannot bring a motion in which when a motion is being discussed. Yes, so now I'm bringing it again because I'm saying now we have accepted the broad part of the concerning the nominating committee composition. But I made a suggestion that we need to insert a formula, but simply to say the composition must be balanced as nearly as possible is vague. We need to be specific. We need to insert, we adopt that as it is, and then we insert that the composition must be done on a pro rata basis or on a proportional basis. Right, thank you.
Okay, part yavari kutaura ndofunga that's line 2 under Article 4 of the bylaws. All right, which is reading, maybe let me start from the beginning, section 1, membership. The executive committee, is this the executive committee or nominating committee? Oh, sorry, can you hear me now? Just a moment, I'm scrolling. Ndanda kuverenga pa executive. Okay. So the membership of the committee shall be balanced as nearly as possible between denominational workers, laypersons representing various segments of the work and territories of the conference. Oh, okay. All right, it's okay. How is this now? All right. So basically, this section, ndo mamwe Emma section patinenge takuita application. Sekuti as organizing committee to run out, this is how we are going to do it. And what we've done previously is that the organizing committee taita the, like you are saying, pro rata basis, my rules are to turn out, which is all right. And then we report kutitazvita say. So it doesn't make any provision. Yokuti mnozvita say exactly. Normally the constitution and bylaws just gives you a basic background in which to work with. That's how bylaws work. So when you are applying now, because my situations are not going to be this is when you now start discussing. That's the first thing that is discussed. How do we distribute? Saka, I see it's catered for in the application of balancing as nearly as possible.
All right, thank you very much. I see there's still some hands. We need to proceed now. But before we proceed, allow me to entertain some set of hands so that at least we move together. Let me see the hands of those that still have some outstanding. Number 1, number 2, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. Let me entertain those that have not said anything yet, so that at least we move together. Number 5, in that order, please, may you come 5. Number 6, may you come up front and then you submit your concerns and they are addressed.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Let me have those that have not presented anything or submitted anything yet.
Okay, thank you. Mine is on section 11, article 11, subsection 1. Article 11, subsection 1, where it speaks of indemnification. I think this article or this provision is just taking care of, is taking a firefighting approach. I feel we should come up with a specific idea to ensure that those breaches, we don't encounter those breaches. We should not wait for the breaches, then we take action, whereby we just want to indemnify a member or a church over a breach of any type of law, be it criminal or civil. So I think we have to avoid the firefighting approach. Yekuzoda kungobhadhara kana pazoitika chaitika kotamboitei zvisati zvaitika. So the risk part of, we are taking a mitigation of a risk before the actual thing happens. Thank you.
Okay, the next question. Next person.
Pane pandisiri kunzwisisa kubva pose maybe ndikataura ndichibvunza ndakadai. Pekuti izvo tikati yova organizing committee yese iyi tova tinogona kuti tova organizing committee tichiketa, and ndiri kuona zvakatiomera because chinhu chinozotiomera ndeichi chekuti apa identifying kuti mafederations amirirwa zvakanaka here apa zvinoidentifiwa nani. Iye chairman paanenge achinominata anoziva here vanhu vose vari kumirira mafederations auya pano nevanhu vari pano, of which at the end of the day tinogona kutosara tave ne1 federation yakunotendera kunominating committee. Hatichazoipapo zvatavinga kuno hapana, taingona kungoti federation yakati ngainde kunotisarudzira zvipere.
All right, allow me to just respond on a point of order. Niti, point of order. No point of order. We have already voted the issue about part. I sense, of course, we've got our discomforts around the issue about part, and those ones are not going to be settled by discussion. And they are going to be considered when they are going to apply. But the problem is that we have already voted on the bold parts. If we are going to discuss, let's discuss the unbolded parts, the light print, because those that have voted. Let's not repeat questions on the bold part, please.
Next speaker.
Hello, can you hear me now? All right. In my question is, Patagaida, the first constituents meeting, Kuruya.
Order, please, let's have order.
When we had the first constituent meeting, Kuruya, there were percentages which were done. I remember the pastors were given 25%. The conference workers, they were given a certain percentage, and the delegates from the churches were given, if it is not about around 60%. But now we are discussing the same thing which was voted, and when was this amended? During the COVID. I really want to know, because this was it was amended and it was written in bold, but what I know is the pastors were not comfortable with the 25%. That is where the problem is. That's why this is now coming through the back door. What happened to that amendment? Was it erased? We want to know.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
All right. My question is on the issue of the board. If we don't have the power...
Okay, let's respect one another. Let's respect one another, please. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I was saying my issue is on the
May
issue
you speak facing the mind.
Okay. The issue of the bold statements, which we cannot amend. Then do we have the power to vote for it? Because we don't have... Which means if we are to vote for something which we don't agree with, I don't get the sense. So I thought what we are supposed to vote for is for the light print. But for the board, because we don't have that power on those statements, we have nothing to do with it. Okay. Because whether we have our own feelings, but we have nothing to do with it. So I thought the only thing we can vote for is the light print, where we put our minds. Thank you.
Okay, tinotenda.
regai ndibvunze mururimi rwamai since ndiri maAfrican akazara. Ndoda kubvunza kuti what are we taking note of pazvinhu zviri maboard? Ndizvoka kuti zviri kunzi hatikwanise kuzvidiscasa pano. Zvinofanira kuenda kwazvinodiscaswa. Zviri kunotwa down here kuti zvigoenda? That's my first question. Kana pasina kwazviri kuenda kurati hapana zvatiri kuita. Zvinongoramba zvichingonzi tiri kudiscasa yet pasina kwazviri kuzoenda. My second question ndeyekuti hazvina zvazvinobatsira kuti tiri kumhanya taya nemagumbeze pano. Takaudzwa kuti tiri kuuya kuzovaka chechi for the next 3 years or kuuraya. Saka tisati tauraya chechi, ngatifunge kuti tichaivaka sei. Tirege kukatana tichingoti in the interest of time, in the interest of time. Mumwe mubvunzo wochiti pane zvese zvatiri kudiscasa panapa. Pane nyaya dzekuti Mr. Chair nevamwe muri kukata ma-questions evanhu vasati vapedza. Ndo pari kuzosvika pakuti munhu, that's why mukuona vanhu vazobvunza several questions at the same time. Mubvunzo uri kuti tinotenderwa kukurukura kwenguva yakareba zvakadii tosimudza maoko so that hatizopanana kuti vanhu 60 varida kuadhireswa pa3 minutes. Ndo ma-questions andinawo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The point of order. Pane pandoti mutibatsire kutsanangura zviri nani. Pamabatanidza the secretary and the treasurer. Zvabatanidzwa zviri zviviri. Ende toda kuti mutibatsire tinzwisise kuti hapazove here nekachitsotsi. Mukatasa masystems esaya akushanda zvekuti angona zooparetwa nemunhu 1. And then last time pakabuda futi same scenario yakada kufanana yekuzobatanidzwa kwemadikoni deaconess akanzi madiconets. Then kurova kuti pakuzobuda even ordination yawo yakutenge yakufanana. Then last time futi pamashura pakabuda imwe yange iri mashepherds and shepherdess. But mubhaibheri tinowana wafudzi, but taakuwana wafudzikadzi. And then pobuda futi, sorry, then pobuda futi kuti mukatarisa pakazonzi master guide anogona kutora futi zvipo zvichiendeka mukachitsotsi mukati so, but vari vanhu vekuti vanozvisarudzira vega kuita master guide. But mukatarisa vanhu chechi ndo inoelecta madicons, varume wazere nomweya, but munhu akuzvisarudzira kuita master guide. Moti by the virtue of master guide akugona kutora mabasa anoitwa nemunhu akasarudzwa naMwari.
Okay, let's have order. Let's pay attention. Let's pay attention. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on the number of delegates, on the...
All right, order.
Mr. Chair, on article number, okay, the one that is on the plate at the moment, I think we've got a provision to insert the number of people we want in the nominating committee. So the number that we have at the present moment, which is 27, is roughly about 4.something% of all the delegates. And it seems to be not representative. I would suggest that to cure some of the ill feelings and suspicions that myself and the constituents I represent may have, why don't we try and increase that number of people who are going to go into the nominating committee? Thinking while it's sitting, I would put it at least 10% of the delegates that are present should be in the nominating committee. This should allow for all districts to be represented, for the representative church workers to be represented as well. So my proposal, Mr. Chair, is that let's put it at 10% of the delegates, roughly maybe 57, 58 members into the nominating committee.
Thank you very much. Now we are waiting for the responses, after which then we proceed to vote.
Hama vadikani. Ma-constitution and bylaws, zvisati zvamboitika pakaitwa session, you got them well in advance. Handiti? Kuti tinyatsomaverenga, toverengazve, so that we can understand. Zvitori pachena, zvatoratidzwa, I know ma 25% amuri kutaura i-organizing committee. It's right there, it was displayed plain, one of the speakers. That's the organizing committee. Atate, it has been overtaken by the board section. It's there plainly, and it was there, pamagatumirwa mai, ma constitution and by, kuti muone kuti chachinja chacho ndepapi. The conference has tried to be as transparent as possible. It's unfortunate that people still have a certain mistrust. But pamunoya panapa, you are still repeating the same things that tatogadzirisa. Bold print, tati isusu tiriku adopt with the satisfaction yekuti iri kuenderana ne model constitution. Handizvo here? Harisi basa here iroro. Ndo mashandiro anoita church. Muchatowana ma-statements, nemachi, zvinowana ma-calendar, and so forth. Esa anobva ku-SID, union, achidini achi-adoptwa. Azvireva kuti hatina kuita basa, we are recognizing for implementation. Because by adopting and recognizing, you are agreeing to be compliant. That's why we vote for the bold section. So, other issues, dziri kutaurwa maerana ne secretary treasurer. Ndachikumbira kuti tiverengewo closely. It's not possible at a meeting like this kuti tiverenge line by line sekunge tava Constitution and Bylaws Committee. Ndo basa rawo. It has 2 lawyers to assess, and my contributions anoratidza kuti hatina kuverenga futi carefully. Kuti panani, pana president, pana secretary, pana treasurer, or secretary treasurer, if the situation allows. And so it's situational. Isusu tikutoziva kuti tine vanhu vatatu. Saka nguva yese yatiri kuramba tichinhingirikina, please ndokumbira hangu musati mauya chimboverengai futi pamuri kuvhunza. Avoid being emotional pama business meeting. Because when you are emotional, zvimwe zvinhu zvakatojeka zviri pachena zvinoramba zvichidini zvichiti nzvenga. Okay, so please, I'm asking and pleading kuti tokumbirawo kuti tiite meaningful progress. Now, indemnity, I'm not sure I understood the question, if you can deal with that.
The issue on indemnity, I think the simple question. So that provision indemnity, zvaaikungotaura ndezvizvi. The issue in indemnity is that we create a risk and we then firefight the risk. And what constitutive documents do, they provide cover in the event something happens. So in the event that there's criminal liability, which is what that talks about, tika electa munu akapinda mu executive committee, because the clause is on the executive committee. What the Constitution is saying is that if by virtue of performing their duties, they become legally exposed, the conference or the church is supposed to cover them in relation to the performance of their duty. If the Constitution is silent about it, and we work in faith, we will avoid it. We have seen in the experience of this church and anywhere else that there are legal risks. That is the reason why when I could GC, there's a whole department that is called Adventist Risk Management. In as much as we have faith, but there are always claims that arise. Now the constitution is covering those we are electing today. Chikange chisimo mu constitution chi provision ichi. Zvazviri kureva ndezvekuti tikanominata vanhu kuti vapinde mu-executive committee. Munhu ari prudent anokuudza kuti I am not going to accept that because I will be legally exposed. For the comfort of those that will be elected, the constitution must specifically indicate that the church will give them some measure of cover in relation to what they will do vachita executive committee. So that's what it is all about.
Thank you very much. Having said all these things and receiving all the contributions that were submitted, allow me to take this matter to vote. All those that are in favor, that we accept the light print as presented, may we show by raising of our cards. Yes side. Okay, may you put them down. All those that are opposed by the same sign, may you show the side of no. It's carried. Thank you. Let's proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. As we are, thank you, dear delegates. Okay, I at this time request is Wales around. The Wales, Vatipe, one piece of music. I am not seeing the Wales. Okay. Kanavazoya. Okay, thank you so much. Oh, Arisunzuka, now Ndagunzwika. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
yes, point of order.
All right, pane issue raised by percentage. Pane umwe ari kudaira congregation kuti respond ina kuinzwa.
Okay. Okay, that is not point of order. That one will be attended to at this right time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I move a motion, Mr. Chairman, that we accept our daily program. I think it's in our companion reference guide. Dear delegates, do you mind to open your companion reference guide? We are on page 9. Mr. Chairman, I so move a motion that we accept our daily program. I so move.
I hope we are all there. A motion has been moved. Anyone to second that we accept the motion as moved? Seconded? Okay. I hope by now we have gone through it, as it were. Could there be anything to say to that? Let me see those that may want to or have something to say pertaining to the program before we vote it. I see a hand. There's a hand there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, may you come up front and make your submissions. Okay. Order, please, please, please. Those that are moving may move forward. I recognize the 6 hands. Where is the other hand? Okay. Thank you. In that order.
Okay. Ini nyaya yangu yanga iri yekuti program yedu kana tikaitarisa nenguva dzayakatarwa hadzisi kuenderana. Saka kana tikati tiri kuiaccepta isi titori behind paprogram yacho handone zvichifamba.
Tinotenda pandatarisa program yedu especially paMonday ndine issue panyaya plans and resolutions. Ndiri kuona iri kuuya after taita organizing committee, taita nominating committee. So inini ndiri kuti even kana tichivaka imba tinotanga taplana to resolve kuti toda kuivaka according to the plan. tozotsvaka builder anokwanisa kuivaka as per plan. So ndiri kuti nini, ngatitange taita ma-plans and resolutions so that when we nominate vanozoita execute the job vanenge vari vanhu vanoqualify kuita as we have planned and resolved.
Ndine ma-reservations kuti ti-accept this this program of events. Number one, ndeyekuti allocation of time to important discussions is too limited. I don't know chakakutadzai kuti tirane this program for 3 days so that tinoita basa racho rose tobva taripedza. Then number two, I don't know munhu akataipa kuti akakwanisawo here kuitwa proof reading of our documents. Not only this, but most of them dzine ma-errors are just too much kungoverenga kudai so. Therefore, with those errors dzirimo just per program, I'm afraid kuti how much errors are they ku financial report. Thank you.
Point yandinayo inini.
Okay.
Order. Point yandinayo ndekuti I'm concerned with time. Tika adopta this timetable. Isusu time yedu isiri kufambirana nezvatiri kuita. Zviri kureva kuti pane zvese zvatinenge takuita pamberi, we'll be brushing off. Takuti time yedu iri kuti tofanira kunge tichiita zvakati. Saka takumashure menguva. Zvotilimita kuti tiwane mukana wokutaura to air out our views. Saka panyaya time apa ndo patinofanira kuti kana tikaitora time yedu we can adjust, because tinonorara na 9 we can adjust tikanorara 2 hours but tagadzirisa sangano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think mine is a point of information.
All right, okay, let's pay attention to each other.
I think mine is a point of information. As I'm looking at the program, this is not a program, this is like a wish list. Kwekutanga kuno kuyanga yakanyogwa zvakanaka, tichinyatsoona kuti na 12 tiri kuita chakati, but Monday uko ameno zvakazonoitika uko. Tiri kuona kuti from 2 to 6 kune music, kune voting, kune nominating committee plans and rules. Saka pandiri kuona sokuti panogona kuzoita sokuti takabvuma kuti vamwe vari kunominating committee vamwe vanenge vachiita ma-plans and resolutions. Saka ndiri kufunga kuti maybe as a point of information tijekeserei program kuti what are we doing when. Plus ndiri kutoona kuti makati 12 to 14 ndo patiri pano. Saka uko kuzasi kondotoona sokuti pamwe president's acceptance speech itori musi wa14 because it's not clear kuti iriko nguvai. Saka maybe jekesai wish list renyu rinyatsova program chaiyo yakajeka. Ndatenda.
Okay, thank you.
Fellow delegates, we call for order. Delegates, thank you so much. Number one, we'll appreciate my observations. Chekutanga, this is a guideline. Kwese kwatiri kubva fellow friends, tinoweka tine ma-guidelines. Timetable yagara iripo, program yagara iripo. Yes, adjustments will come as you move on. Basa kana tisina kupera tichine chekuita. Surely who on earth would say, no, Papa kanyorwa kunzi na 12, let us end there. We are here for business. Even Sabbath school, my churches, pedu tinoma programs. Even tikasvika 12 lokudze lunch muparidza asina kupedza hakuna anozoenda kuzombata tai kuti chibuda nguva dzedu dzakwana. This is a guideline. Number one. Number two, we are so sorry for the issue here typing. Yeah, thank you so much. Surely our team went helter-skelter to try to polish each and every detail kusvika nemafootnotes also. But somehow the printing work yazouya in bulk, we realized that there was this thing. We are really sorry for that. That work yamaona missed whatever the thing is the printer. I'm not well informed the name, the way how, but but mukona the template yatinayo yatakapa the printer in that trust yekuti work ino is so crystal clear. So bear with us on that one. We are sorry. I'm sure you have welcomed our apology. Thank you so much on that one. Well, on matters of time, I'm sure it's up to this house. Basa parisina kupera tine basa to do. Yes, pane the other delegate who said, I think adzoke tisina kunge tapedza. Surely we are to exhaust each and every week yatafambira pano. Probably, unless Ndaita failed to see or to capture one. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think Dr. Parangeta has ironed out or spelled out clearly that we are here for church business. It's not just running things, finishing and going, but we are here for church business. It will be within our time that we need to complete business and move on. Let me see all those that are in favor that let's work with the guideline that is presented as outlined on the program presented. May we show by raising our hands on the yes side. Okay, yes down. Let me see those that are saying no. May you also say show by raising the no side. Okay, it's carried. Point of order. We were already voting when it was announced. Okay, year plans and resolutions. Okay. We will do our best to ensure that the House submits all that is required and expected as far as plans and resolutions are concerned as the business of the meeting unfolds. With all due respect of everything that this meeting has it. So I think that is taken care of. Thank you. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Coming back to the fellow delegates, you all received rules of order. We emailed this. I'm sure you all have copies of this. The rules of order. This is our parliament, should I say, our book that shall be guiding us in the parliamentary order. We received this small, so we are here to move a motion to adopt. We are adopting. This is a general conference rules of order. We don't debate, neither to argue on this. We are just voting to adopt. I move a motion, Mr. Chairman, that we adopt the General Conference Rules of Order. I so move, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, a motion has been moved. Anyone to second? Seconded. All those that are in favor that let's adopt these rules of order as presented in the outline or bulletin submitted, may we show by raising our yes cards. Unanimous. Any opposed to show the same side, the other side of no? It's carried. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. If we are cruising along with our recently voted program, you'll find us that we are at the section whereby we are supposed to be taken on a short, should I say, ride on how to understand the electronic gadgets. At this time, I'll invite our SID media team to come up front and to give us the demos in line with our voting gadgets. I haven't seen the Wells. The Wells would have loved you to come and give us a piece of the well. I don't know where I get the Wells. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a learning curve anyway. I don't see the well. The well is so. Right, it's your time. Come up front. I'm not too sure it's your turn. Okay. Oh, you can come and sit up front if you. Okay, they'll give us just one piece of music, then thereafter, you'll take us through the orientation. Thank you. Yes, then I'll sing. Then after that, one song, then it's your time. Take a seat. Anyway, where you feel.
Tenzi ndodaku namata tiwese muwani wemwea nyerezi yekupenya inga weyangu pamusi unochisa kwazo tichawa nenyerezi yere chiremba umane ruzuwa rowira domuka ilinda pone swatowe kumushanti chawa nenyere ziere dichafara kuona usu wa Jesu tomupa rukudzo narini zichandifadza mumushawe ndarama kuti ndikawana nyeredzi chiremba ndichawa nenyeredzi yere chiremba umane ruzuwa rowira tomukaini ndaponeswa towe kumushanzi chawa nenyeredzi yere ndichafara kuona usu wa Jesu tomupa rukudzo narini zichandifadza mumushawe ndarama kuti ndikawana nyeredzi chiremba ndichawa nenyeredzi yere chiremba umane ruzuwa rowira ndomukaini ndaponeswa towe kumushanti chawa nenyeredzi yere.
Tinotenda. Tichava nenyeredzi dzechiremba. This is our business. We exist for mission. Tinotenda masikati ano tiri kuendera mberi neprogram yedu. Ndichakuzivisai one of our fellow brothers here from SID by the name Karabo Mitileni. I'll repeat. Karabo Mitileni. Have I pronounced it? Oh, he says it's precisely correct. Tinotenda, all that long way from SID. What do we say to welcome him? He has traveled with another fellow brother. It's a team, like as Christ sent them in pairs. We have also in our midst brother Ralph Hara. Do you mind to just wave from, oh yes, let us give him a big amen as we welcome him. We welcome you. We've welcomed you earlier and we are now welcoming you to come up front here. You take us through this exercise here, the electronic voting gadgets. Thank you, sir. This is your time. God bless.
Tinotenda. Okay. Good afternoon. Are you all well? Is everyone fine? Okay. Do we all have this device? Please take it out. Once you have taken it out, please press the red X. It should show you a number. No two numbers are the same. There's a red button on the top right. The red button on the top right, it's an X. It's red. It's the only red, well, there's the red one. Okay, so what we are going to do right now is do a test of the voting system. Now, before we do the test, I need you to know that this is a system we've been using in a number of sessions for many years, and it has worked very well. It is GCAS approved, and we are using it here for the first time. So, the use of it is very simple. We will display the question or the motion on the screens. You will be given options. The one that you are happiest with is the one that you'll press. So if you see A and you're agreeing with A, you press the button that's 1. 1 and A are the same thing. 2 and B, same thing. Are you seeing? C and 3, exactly the same thing. So you see what you see on the screen? Your vote is going to be gathered by what you press. We'll be giving you 60 seconds to make your vote. So if you click 1 and it was a mistake, within the 60 seconds you are allowed to change your option. But after the 60 seconds, the votes, when they are in, you cannot change your options. Are we following so far? All right. Now, my friend Ralph is going to put up a question on the screen, and then we are going to test our voting to see if we are fine with it. There's a first question. It says, please vote. Am I a child of God? A is yes. B is no. C is abstain. That is the question. Are you a child of God? Ralph, please start the timer. Okay, now we can start voting. We have received votes. They are coming in, which is good. I am led to believe that when we vote, there is silence. Shall we be quiet? Let's vote silently. We have 30 seconds left. If you are not a child of God, you can still change your answer. Can we have silence? May we please have silence? May we please have silence? May we please be silent, elders? And we have our results. 95.2 of you say that you are the children of God. 1.8% says no, we are not children of God. And 3% have abstained. And we know that the Lord doesn't like lukewarm, so they fall into the no. Are we fine so far? Are you seeing how it works? Let's try this again. Give us another question, Ralph. May we please be silent? May we please be silent? Here's our second question. Is Christ returning soon? The first one, A, is yes. B is no. C is abstain. Let's be Adventists and answer this question correctly. Is Christ returning soon? Ralph, please start the count. All right, we are now able to vote. All right, let's vote in silence. Let's vote in silence. May we please vote silently. We have 38 seconds left. If you have not voted, please go ahead and vote.
Okay, pane here vangada kududzirwa mururimi rwamai. Pane here vangada kududzirwa mururimi rwamai. Oro. Volume? Okay, pane here vangada kududzirwa mururimi rwamai. Oro tinongwe. Okay. I would request his pastor words around. Tokukumbirayo yasvikai muite. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So you can just
We'll
continue.
Okay, okay. Let's do this again. Let's.
Ngatidzokororei zvakare.
All right. We are going to vote once again.
Tichavhota zvakare.
And the question is Christ returning soon?
Mubvunzo uri kuti Kristu ari kuuya nekukasika here?
A stands for yes.
A ari kumirira kuti hongu.
B is no.
B ari kuti kwete.
C is abstain.
C ari kuti ina handisuna hangu vhota apa.
And we are going to start voting now. We have 60 seconds.
Tichapuwa 60 maseconds kuti tivhote.
Ralph, start the clock. We can start voting.
Takutanga kuvhota.
One is. Oh, okay, okay.
Resetting it.
Okay. So to reset, press the X. Just press the X once again. It will take you back to the number.
Kana wakuda kutanga patsva unongopresa X mutsvuku uyu. Ukangobaya ka X ikaka unobva inokudzosera pekuti utange patsva.
Yes, I see there are some hands. Let me
Tirikuona
see.
pane maoko.
Okay, Marco, okay, there are several hands that are up. May we try to take them? Let me see all of those. May you rise wherever you are. Those that have concerns pertaining to the use of the gadget,
ngatisimukei vese pavari kuda kubatsirwa.
okay, let me entertain from that far corner. Pastor Chipunza, he needs a mic. May you give him a mic? If you would rather move forward, probably, and if you realize that your concern or your question has been submitted, feel free to go back and sit down. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the challenge is not much on the it is about this gadget. I think it will be proper for us to start again. Pastor was translating so that people will catch up with this one. Kuti ichi basa bzairo ndopada kudzidziswa vanhu nerurimi rwedu kuti unobaya pana x apo kana uchida kutanga kana wakuvhota unobaya pana a obaya pana 2 obaya pana 3. I think that one ikangoitwa ndofunga zvino zvese zvinofamba.
All right, ngatiteererei. Kamushina kedu katapiwa. Kana yasvika nguva yekukashandisa, mukabaya X mutsvukuyo, panobuda nhamba. Nhamba inobuda ipapo haina imwe yakafanana nayo, zvekuti munganzi pane umwe avhota zviri kupikisana nezvako. Ndiwe wega uchapa mhinduro. Pakunovhota panobvunzwa mubvunzo unoenda pascreen apa, anenge ari kunomberi otaura mubvunzo wacho. Iwewe unopindura zvauri kuda. Kana mhinduro yako iri hongu, unobaya pakanzi 1. Pana A mubhokisi rimwe chete. 1 na A vari kumiririra kuti hongu. Kana mhinduro yako iri kwete, unonobaya 2. 2 na B vanomiririra chinhu 1 kuti kwete. But zvinoitika kuti pamwe pacho hausiri sure kuti ungape mhinduro yekuti kudiwa kuti ini hangu apa handizi kuda kuti nditi hongu kana kuti kwete. Unogona kubaya 3 kana kuti C. Right. Pakubaya pacho mirirai kuudzwa kunzi chibayai. Pavanoti paya tiri kukupai 60 seconds dzinokwana kuti ubaye mhinduro yako. Tomboti wabaya tapa 30 seconds wazofunga kuti unoda kuchinja mhinduro, unogona kungokanzura nekubaya ka X katsvukwako woisa imwe iri different.
Let's move in that order. We are entertaining someone from that end in that order. If you feel your question is addressed, feel free to sit down. But if you still feel your concern is not yet addressed, remain standing. We will entertain you. Thank you.
Right. My question is on the signal of this gadget. Are all signal working? Was on the consensus when you see people voted there, you see that it's less than the number which is needed. So it means that some of these gadgets are not working. From what I see, because you see the signal is there and it goes.
All right. Vari kuti magadgets aya akatestwa ese nezuro. Asi pamwe pane yafa kubva makusini. Varipo here ane isiri kushanda. Ungosumudza ruoko. Hanzi tinozviziva sei? Tanzi pekutanga instruction yatapuwa bayai X. Kana mabaya X pane nhamba inobuda ipapo ndokuratidza kuti iri kushanda. Pane rabaya chikaramba chakangodzima. Hapana, saka zviri kushanda zvese.
Okay. All right.
Excuse me. Excuse me, please.
Okay, let's have order. Let's have order. We will all be attended to. If you have a question that is not yet addressed, feel free to rise on your feet, and then we will entertain you.
Okay. My question is has been partly addressed, but I wanted to suggest. Tirikuona taita tarana 2 or 3 tests. We are barely passing 300. Why can't we have a way of ensuring kuti zvatiri kuita, are we recording everyone? Maybe now, ngatimboti munhu wese clear uone number iri kushowa, takuda kuvhota, takumboita for the purpose of tione kuti numbers edu munomu ari represented here. I'm worried kutogona kufunga kuti munhu angodecide hake kusabaya, but somehow the device might not be capturing the person. So maybe, kuti tiite dispel my fears aya. Why can't we just run one test? Everyone, ngatichibaya X, yanyora number ere, yanyora, takubvunza question, munhu wese ngaaparticipate. For the purpose kuti tione, kuti is it working properly. After that, we may then address whether or not somebody has decided not to participate.
Okay. My question is on the transparency of the gadget. Inogona kubatsiridzwa nesuggestion apiwa apa. My concern ndeyekuti tikuona manumbers achibuda, but we don't know for sure if this represents zvatabaya. Is it transparent enough? Inini I'm suggesting kuti let's have 5 and toti 2 ngavabaye A, 1 ngavabaye B, vamwe 2 ngavabaye C. Toona kuti ndo zvinobuda zvechokwadi here, so that we don't just have numbers dzisiridzo.
All right. Thank you. Can I just answer these ones and then we'll come to you? There was an elder who asked if the gadgets are working. Last night we tested them, made sure that all of them are okay. So they were tested last night, they were calibrated, and everything is in order. The thing which is needed to be done, if you don't follow the instructions of pressing the X to switch on the gadget and pressing a voting button, then your vote will not be captured. So we require everyone to participate. And then there's someone who just requested that we have 5 people come here and test. Unfortunately, we cannot do that test because there's so many of us here, we don't know if it's only 5 will press. So now we'll end up with everybody pressing and we will never get to the right result. So what we can do is run a test again, right? We are going to put up a question so that we can test. But before we do that, there's one more.
Hello? Okay. I want to know, sir, if I press 1, I'll press 1 only, or I'll press 1, then I'll press OK.
You can press OK.
Yeah, maybe a lot of people, they were just pressing 1 and they will leave it like that.
All right, mubvunzo wavanga vabvunza ndokuti ndinongobaya 1 ndongosiya zvakadaro kana kuti after kubaya 1 ndobaya OK. Saka vari kuti zvinongoshanda zvakafanana. Angobaya 1 oguma akadaro, neabaya 1 akazoti OK, zvinongobuda zvimwe chete.
Okay, my question is, I'm worried with the bars. I don't know whether the bars are working. Ari kumbodonha mabhazi acho. Handizivi kuti ndenetwork here yechimushini chedu ichi kana kuti mabhazi ari kungoratidza kuti chiri kushanda because ndopane wari yangu.
Mubvunzo wenyu hauna kunyatsonzwika. Isai maiki yenyu padhuze munyatsotaura tizvinzwo.
Ndiri kuti wari yangu iri pamabhazi ayo ari pamusoro apo ari kureflecta apo haasi kunyatsoratidza kuti inetwork here. Maybe kana iri network kureva kuti network iri kukanganisika because chiri kumboita nguva yekuti chinogara chisina kushowa mabhazi iyayo kana chichishanda nenetwork nemanumbers. Manumbers acho dzimwe dzenguva chinotombodzima. Handizivi kuti ndo kushanda kwacho here.
Right. Toda kutenda. Ndofunga patatangidza program yedu pamusoro pevanhu vaatenda program taudzwa kuti nhamba yedu yaposa kuda kudokwana vanhu vauya vashoma vasara. And looking at my book panapa vanhu vakatonyogwa pane 500 something asi apa pari kungobuda ma 300 something which is half of the number yataripotegwa kuti vanhu vari panapa. Zviri kureva here kuti vanhu havasi kuvhota vakagara mukati oro magadgets eri pamakaunta kuti mangani here pamwe ari kutoenderana nenhamba dziri kubuda apo yeti nhamba here vanhu vamunomu vakaita sei vakawanda kudarika ipapo hazvisi kuti atali.
I'm sorry. I think I'm suggesting Kutitite another test line. What I'm just thinking was people were voting before the voting time has been allocated. They relax and think they have voted before the starting time. So their voting were not being recognized by this thing. So because now we know, can we do a test run so that we can actually do it again? Thank you.
Okay. We have two questions which need to be answered. And then I think we are going to take two more from this side so that we can move. All right. The first one was that the device shows network and bars. Am I correct? Yes, it shows networks and bars. We have programmed this device to speak to that particular device. There's a device which you can see up there. So when you press, the signal is going there. So it cannot be interfered with, whether Wi-Fi, whether cell phone. We've put it in a channel which is empty. All right. Then the second one, oh, sorry.
Papa bvunzwa tiri kuona mabhazi achibudapo kunge chinotsvaga network chinotsvaga masaisai. Izvozvo ichokwadi. Asi masaisai epamushini uyu haanei nemasaisai anobuda pafoni penyu, wifi nezvimwe zvakadaro. Pane mushina wavauya nawo kunobva masaisai anopinda umu asinei nemadhishi akatitenderedza. Saka ichi neradius yatiri nepane mushina wacho hapana munhu apresa zvikatadziswa nekuda kwekushaya masaisai.
Okay, to answer the second question, why do we get certain amount of votes and why others are not coming in? If you don't vote, your vote will not come in. There are people who we've seen in the past who choose to abstain by not voting. Then we have numbers which don't tally. So what we encourage is that even if you feel like you don't want to vote, please vote. Press abstain so that your vote can be counted that you have chosen to abstain. It will help the numbers to go up. So all of us, let's please vote. All right.
Right. Mubvunzo waramba uchidzoka ndewe kuti tiri kuma 600 nemhaka yei pari kuramba pachibuda kuma 300. Saka vari kuti kune vamwe vari kungoti ina handisi kuda hangu kuparticipate. Saka tiri kukumbira kuti munhu wese kana usingadi kubaya hongu kana kwete enda pa3 yekuti ina handisi kuda hangu kupa mhinduro apa. Inobuda futi ipapa.
I think we've got 2 hands.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
The
Chair.
mic is moving this direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ndiri kufunga kuti kuwanda kwemibvunzo tirites mupfungwa dzangu ndiri kufunga kuti a suspicion pakushandisa kagadget aka. So my thinking is, if it is not a casting stone, can't we resort to our usual way of voting? If it is not a casting stone.
Let's have order. Let's have order. We respect each other. We respect each submission that a person submits. Are we together? Yes, that is one of our rules here. We respect what a person says, okay? Point of order.
I'm saying point of order, Chair, because I think I'll be able to help us move forward. When you are using new gadgets, there's what is called change management. And I think we have now come to a point where we can appreciate this gadget. What we just need to do now is to do the steps that will prove that this thing works, okay? So instead of us speaking at the same time and losing time, I think we are now ready, Chair, that we take the first step where everyone presses and we see the number going to the number that we are expecting. Then we move maybe 2 cycles, Chair. We will answer all the questions by practice of just 2 or 3 actions, no further talks, Chair.
Is that our feeling? Okay, thank you so much. So at this point in time, I'm giving him another time that he would test run. If it doesn't work, we will still continue to accept and to entertain your contributions.
Okay. Ralph, let's do our test. The chairperson has requested that we do our test. So,
point of order. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. I think we had reached a point where we will need to vote. Do we have anything that is different from what he said from this end? May you get the mic and submit.
Chekutanga ndachida kutanda zvataura nemukuru uyu hamusi kuita fairness maziso enyangoruko haasi kusaiti kunoko saka pamuri kutaura hamusi kutipawo mukana iye nezvi ndindaita the first one to kusimuka ndikatombogara pasi ndaona hapana murizondigarisa pasi ndamboramba ndakamira for all those minutes. Now yandiroda kutaura ndeyekuti chekutanga system iyi iri kutipa time yobva yatipa vanhu nhamba yevanhu vavhota inofanira kutipa total nhamba yevanhu pane imwe nhamba isipo yekuti vanhu vari registered kuvhota vangani ichitipa total nhamba ye648 people vanhu ndo varegister panapa. In fact hazonzi tiri 617 zvika ndo vanhu varegister hamene kuti vamwe vacho 31 vazoregister account kwete. Saka panofanira kubuda number of 617 yevanhu vacho vari kunzi ndo vari kuvhota yozobuditsa nhamba yekuti saka pa vanhu 617 vavhota i320 toona kuti chichazofoirisa.
All right, let's respect one another. Let's respect one another.
Then second question, yayekuti yes togona kuchizonoreacha that number again, our total number. Zvinhu zvedu zvakubuda zvakanaka but ndosara ndisiri satisfied kuti inini pandanodzvanyapo kuti system iyi haina here anoikontrora kuti pandadzvanya 1 imwe yacho inondidzvanyira B ndopasumudzwa nemumwe mukuru kuti madi kuti tise vamwe vanhu vesample vanotesta kuti imi wedzvanya C tione kuti vadzvanya vangani kuti tione the trustness of that
All right,
system.
thank you. Point taken. Please, let's respect one another. Please, let's respect one another. Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you, Chair.
All right, all right. Please, let's respect one another. At some point, it will be you who will be speaking. You will also need others to respect you. Are we together? Therefore, when someone is making a point or submitting a concern, let's pay attention and let's respect that submission. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Fellow delegates, issue yangu one. When we are voting, we vote by sight, not by by faith. Saka andisi kuwana feedback yekuti vote yangu yaita sei yasvika dai ndakatiwana feedback I would be satisfied, but ndingoona manumbers achikwira saka I don't have feedback. Because I don't have feedback, I myself am not confident in the system. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker.
All right.
All right.
I'm sorry. Ndandrokufunga kuti this gadget yakatinakira and it's wise kuti tiishandise. Asi nandine pfungwa dzekuti mashandisiro mamwe atingagone kuiita. Zvafanira kuti pari kubvunzwa kunzi is Jesus coming back again? Tiri kuona vanhu 8% iri kuti no. Ngatimbovayo tiite zvinhu tikwanise kuverifya chinhu chedu chiri kutishandira zvakanaka here. So the next question iri kuuya hatisi kuda kuti iwewo usarudze your answer. Munhu wese ngaangopressa 1 so that tinova ne-voted number yedu toona kuti iri kusvika papi. Then chimwe chinhu chacho ndikuona kunge maseconds aya akatiwandisira pakungofunga kuvhota just to click one button. Then the lastly ndaifunga kuti pamuri kuti taakuchivhota vanhu 5 vambotaurwa vaya vanomira panapa. Then pamuchati taakuvhota tiri kukumbira kuti tiite chinhu chine mwoyo waMwari wekuti tinzwisise chinhu chedu. 5 ava uyu ndiye anotanga toona kuti chanyora kuti 1 here, ini ndoteera toona kuti chanyora kuti 2 here, then the rest tichivhota on one answer toda kuwana total yenumber 617.
All right, do we still have anyone in this end? One more, okay, and then we proceed.
Okay, mine is a quick one. And this is testing. Saka ziri so simple. In the vote, I just check this person to you.
All right, thank you very much. We are now at the point of practicing, seeing that if does this thing work or not, okay? If it works, we proceed with it. If it doesn't work, we have a second option. All right? Okay, so at this point, we are at the point of practicing, checking whether it works or it doesn't work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, my elder. We've heard all the questions and the concerns. So what we are going to do now is humbly ask everyone to press the X.
Tanzwa. Murundinzwa. Tanzwa mibvunzo yabva kwamuri. Iye zvinezvi handei padanho iri. Tiri kukumbira munhu wese ane gadget iyi pressai X.
Okay, let's do this silently.
Ngatite takanyarara hedu.
Okay, now that you've pressed X, you should see a number appearing on your display.
Kana wapressa X pane nhamba inobuda pascreen.
Great. Right. Okay. I'm going to request Ralph to start the clock, but no one must press until I tell you all to press.
Right. Iye zvinezvi munomirira kutanga maudzwa kuti pressai mosobaya.
Ralph, start the clock. We are testing the faith. 3 have already voted.
Iye zvinezvi tiri kucheka pane vatatu vatovhota hatisati taudzwa kuti votai.
8 have voted. 10. Ralph, stop the clock.
All right, taakutanga futi patsva. Toenda pa-X.
Okay. What we are trying to show you is this. We are trying to show you something.
Toda kukuratidzai chimwe chinhu panapa.
The system will only work if you want it to work.
Hanzi ichi kaichi chinoshanda kana iwewe wakachibata uchida kuti chishande.
If you don't want it to work, it will not work.
Kana usingadi achishande.
We were asked to not press, but we had 10 votes.
Hanzi patanzimbomirai tatowana vanhu 10 vavhota kudhara.
Can we try this again without voting?
Ngatiedzei izvi tisingavhoti.
Let's be faithful Adventists.
Ngativei takavimbika ipapa.
Don't vote until I say you can vote.
Musavhota kusvikira manzi chivhotai.
Ralph, start the clock.
Ari kunzi Ralph uyo hausiriwe ndeuyo ari kutekenya mushini uyu. Because vamwe ari kunzi.
Stop the clock, Ralph.
Murikuona kuti pane vari kutovhota asi hasati tapuwa instruction yekuvhota.
Do you see what we mean? It will not work if you don't want it to work.
Right.
Yes, point of order.
Sir, can you disconnect all the gadgets? Then you reconnect only 5 gadgets. Then we test.
Pamusoro ndikumbira kuti nyarara ndikumbira kuti tizive kuti tiri kuita basa raMwari. Zvatiri kuita maune nekuita kunge nonzi tauya panapa kuzotamba. Saka ndiri kukumbira kuti ndinamate kana zvichibvira Mwari ambotiratidza evhiniwo vacho vari kubaya tisati tanzi bayani. Nekuti hatingauye panapa kuti tizongoita kunge nonzi tiri vana vadiki kunzi mira chete chete. Mira. Wobaya pano pauri kunzi mira kubaya. Right, ngatimbonamatei. Ngatinamatei. Kuna baba wedu vari kumusoro kudenga tokutendai pamasikata ano. Maita henyu nenyasha dzenyu. Matitendera kuuya kuzobata basa renyu kuti basa riri kuenderera mberi. Chitibatsirai kuva vana venyu chaivo vanoteerera. tigoita basa iri nekutungamirirwa nemwenye mutsvene. Patinenge taita sana Akani, Mwari tiratidzei nesimba renyu. Tigorarama sevanhu vanokutyai, tigoita sezvamunoda nezita raJesu tonamata. Amen.
Okay, thank you, sir. We are going to vote once again,
taakuvhota iye zvino
and then we'll decide.
hanzi
Press the X on your device.
ngatibayei x uyo.
And then the question is Christ returning soon?
Mubvunzo uri kuti Kristu ari kuuya nekukasika here?
I will ask Ralph to start the clock, and when it gets to 40 seconds, start voting.
Kana tasvika mukatarisa apo kune vari kuona tasvika pa 40 seconds totanga kuvhota.
Ralph, please start.
Ralph ari kunzi aise mushina on. Tichakuudzai vasiri kuona kuti tasvika pa 40.
Okay, it's just one. Start voting.
Chitangai kuvhota.
If you feel that you're not happy with your vote, you can change your vote. Can we have silence?
All right, ngatiiteererane.
Okay, we did not have enough time, but I wanted to show you something that if we all participate, the votes will go higher.
Kana tese tikavhota apapo figa yedu inokwira.
I hope this answers a question where it shows that 383 voted.
Apa pabuda kuti 383 ndo vavhota.
376 people voted yes.
376 vavhota vachiti hongo.
5 of them voted no.
5 vavo vakati kwete.
2 voted abstain.
2 vabaya panasi.
So the system tells you exactly how many people voted and how many said what.
Saka mushina wedu uyu unotaura kuti vavhota vangani uye umwe neumwe achiti kudii.
If we work together, we are going to get the right amount of votes here.
Hanzi paticharamba tichienda mberi muchaona kuti mavhoti edu achaenda achikwira.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much. You see, these things, the world is going digital. Whether we like it or not, the world is going digital.
Just enlighten. 384 ndo vanhu vakagara apa. Zvona kuti vese ava havana kuvhota.
Okay, it's okay. Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, thank you. We've made an observation. Patabaya, Pabudama numbers. No, but wait until you vote. Saka patataka mira numbers zetu tabazadzima. Saka zvashingoitika patakagara saka we didn't know kuti toita sei tasobaya zvedu number ichibva yekuansa but gadget yedu atombodzima. Saka I don't know. You can explain.
Thank you. She was saying.
All right. We have adjusted the time to 2 minutes. We are adjusting the time to 2 minutes. Right. If the device switches off the number, it's fine. As long as when you press, you see your result, then we are good. If you see a T and a R, transmission received, it means that your input has been recorded. So let's try this again. Ralph, give us something. We've got 2 minutes now. Okay. All right. Now, I'm going to request us to wait a few seconds, 20 seconds, and then you vote, all right? Press the red button. You should see your number now. Ralph, let's start. Don't vote, I'll tell you when to start. Okay, start voting. If you haven't voted, please vote. If you have not voted, please vote.
Kana paine vasati vavhota hanzi votai. Kana paine asati avhota votai. Kana paine asati abaya izvezvi ngaabaye.
If you are not sure that your vote went through, press the same button again.
Kana usiri sure kuti wavhota, ramba uchibaya button iroro rekuvhota.
If you have not voted, please raise your hand. I'm out of time.
Rambai mchibaya. Keep on voting. Rambai mchibaya.
Okay. Okay. Say, my question or maybe observation is, have you made an audit of how many gadgets you have distributed? And how many are they?
So we have handed out just above 600, but we cannot give you the accurate figure because when people go out, they give them back. When they come in, we give them. So at this present moment, I cannot tell you exactly how many are on right now based on people who are walking outside.
Yeah, that might be the point, because when people came back, maybe some people are not even here.
and they've gone out. And maybe this is the reflection of our attendance.
All right, my time is up. My time is done, and I'm going to hand over to the chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much. We want to thank you so much for your patience and for your indulgence. We will be using this gadget, and if at any given point we realize it's not functional, then we can always use the alternative option that we have. Are we together? Thank you very much. So let's proceed with our program.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much, fellow brother. We'll go back to our program. All right, thank you so much, fellow dear delegates. We are now heading for a slot of the President's report. We'll kindly request you to get well seated, and then we'll watch the President's report. I'm not too sure if while our media is getting sorted, the group, the well. Now I can say it correctly, the well. We need you up front here, thank you. All right, they're going to give us one song. Thereafter, Trochita view the President's report. Thank you so much. Tinotenda, God bless.
Redeemer and friend, the only comforter when you feel you are alone. He will be there when you cry out. Keep on your faith and live with hope. Why don't you trust in him? He's faithful and true. He promised to take us home on his soon return. Hold on and never look back. Believe in his
word version of our report. And then the second version or the second format of our report is by way of a video presentation, which I will request at this point the technical team. Pastor Ngwaru, may you come up front and then you introduce our video report for the president, after which then we map way forward. Thank you.
Saka tinokumbira kutiwira kwenyu zvikuru sei pakuti musadiscuss nemwari pa next door, because tamboedza kurijusa kuti kuda pamwe vanhu wanganzwe. Saka kuti tibetserane kunzwa, ngatibetseranei kunyarara, so that your neighbor anogona kupika zvakaitika in the last triennial. Tinokumbirisa. President's report, muchaona kuti your business conference irine mapazi matatu. President's report iri kubata zvikuru zvaitika president neteam yake yema directors. Ndo report yamuchaona. Yakona kuzoshamisa kuti co-director ari kutaura sei pa president's report. President haana department, anorana ma departments, saka you are going to appreciate kushanda kwawaita pamwe chete. And then ndichakumbirawo futi kunzwisa kwenyu nekuti wakaedita nekuproducer report yesecretariat wengwasiri eligible kuya kuno kusession. Saka chakuratidzai as it is, because there was no way yataigona kuti tiikwanise kubatsirapo nepapo nemhaka yekuti the source document ine vanhu wakaedita vasina kuya kuno kusession. But I want to believe kuti tese tichanzwa zvinofanirwa kunzwikwa. God will intervene for our case. Pane basa guru rakaitwa, hatinyararei titerere, Mwari awe nemimose. We are very sorry kunewa nema pockets ane too much echo. Ngatinyarare kuti na iwo wagogona kunzwa, Mwari ngaakudzwe.
Is situated in Mount Hampton of the northwest end of Harare along the Chirundu Highway. Its vast territory comprises part of Mashonaland East, Mashonaland Central, Mashonaland West, and half of Greater Harare.
It is my most profound honor and gratitude to welcome all of you to this third constituency meeting of the North Zimbabwe Conference. Time flies. We began our office in October 2021 against the backdrop of COVID-19 pandemic, during which many people lost their lives. Regardless of that background, we want to thank God who sustained all of us in faith. We remained faithful to the cause of his mission. We want to thank God for sailing us through. We had 4 strategic pillars that informed what we were doing and also how we were doing things. These 4 pillars include mission, spiritual growth, leadership development, and infrastructural development. As we all know, that presidents, it is not a department, but we offer leadership to departments. So at this point in time, I would like to invite all of you to watch in a nutshell what we were doing together as a team within the conference with our departmental leaders. Yes, each one of them will give their own reports, but this is just in a nutshell or brief summary of what transpired during the period under review.
Apart from the Secretariat and the Treasury, how did the conference fulfill the 4 strategic pillars?
As a conference, we support mission. We pray for it and we do it. We went to Rushinga, where we baptized 920 souls for the Lord. This year, 2023, we went to Mutawatawa, where we baptized 1,280. In all these initiatives, we want to thank our donors for the motorbikes, the Bibles, the hymn books, and every necessary literature that was given to support the mission.
Here are some highlights of the Mutawatawa for Christ.
Anditi aiwa tinofara ndiri kuona kuti pane musangano wesangano re-Seventh Day Adventist pacresh up muri kumboendawo here ikoko ameno muri kuzvionawo se
kuzoona kuti vana vedu vari kushanda mune zvakanaka tikavagamuchira kuti vaiti vagare ipapa sezvo tinochidonawo kuti vagare vaite musangano wasvika nowapera vari ipapa isi tatononogera nokuti jordani dairasvika tatotiwawo tanzo kutonhorewa zvinhu zvese zvakatikomberedza zvirasire mvura imomo zviende tangona madairi kubata muteuro asi bati zvimashare zve zvisina bakuirana mvura zvinenge zvichizoda kuzotitambudza zvakanyingwa mvura zvinhu zvese kana chikawa masai chinofawa.
Amen. Saka muda kutobhabhatidzwa enyu makamira kutobhabhatidzwa kai
babhatidzwa kuti hatizoti tikuti vari mujordani racho.
Mfundisi tiri kufara nevhangeri kuno. Vhangeri riri kuno. Vanhu vakuda zvekuponeswa izvino. Zveshuwa zvisiri zvekunyepa. Kune vanhu vasingadi bhaibheri asi kana tasvika tinowana vanhu vokubhabhatidza pakati pevanhu vasingadi bhaibheri. Ndo chechi dziri kuno. Vanoda zvavo izvozvo zvavanoda kuti zvavanenge vachida kuita. Asi sofa tavana vanhu vokubhabhatidza. We need baptism.
Challenges atiri kuona kunoku ndeyekuti vanhu vemunomu they are deep rooted muculture. Vanobhilivha muchivanhu chavo. Vamwewo vachibhilivha muchiprofita. Mune mapostori vamwe vanoti bhaibheri hativerengi. Kana kunamata chaiko vane vasingatodi kunamatirwa.
Takaona kuti pamaramba primary school vakanga vadrilla bore for quite some time. Asi vanga vasina mvura yekuti vashandise mvura iri pasi. Glenview district takaona zvakanaka kuti tive tinopa a tank, solar pump nesolar racho.
Maitanya Glenara North District ine machurches anoti Grange, Borodale Brook, Fountain of Hope, Carrick, Glenlawn nemumwe aringange ndasiya vaona zvakafanira patakaosangana naTanya tichiona kuti pane need yekuti anoda chekuti afambise zviite nyore yaona zvakafanira kuti timupe uche yekuti mupote muchimufambisa zviri nyore gogo wasaremerwe nekubereka wakamuisa umu zvinovarerukira kufamba zvakanaka naTanya.
Nonzi National Chaplain Designs Moyo of prisons. So in prisons tinoshanyira prisons tichiita counseling tichiparidza zvakare. Chinondifadza ndechekuti ko vasungwa vanoresponda zvakanaka. Now zvakare iko zvino tiri kuMtawatawa prison. Mtawatawa prison taka enrolla vanhu vese kuVOP from officer in charge to the inmate, last inmate. So vese ma-officers na officer in charge wacho nema-inmates acho vese vari kuita VOP lessons. Such that muswa Saturday 27 tine big Sabbath yedu ikoko tichaita baptism, tichaita zvakare graduation, zvakare tichaita luncheon, tichadya nevasungwa. Zvimwe zvakare ndezvokuti pamaproject atinawo kumutawatawa prison tichavatengera huku dzechibhoyi, maroad runner. Zvakare pamutawatawa prison tine Pastor Warari ari kuita zvakare strength management kuma officers chete, so such that vakazvifarira prison general vachihovhu vakavhura mukana kutiko machechi pindai mumajere muite basa raMwari. Ndipo patinobatsirana nawo kuita rehabilitate vasungwa.
Tiri kunoku kumutawatawa, which is a mission iri kufadza zvikuru, munhu wese ari involved. Through Pastor Moyo Desikens ndo chaplain yodo ku prisons. Vanhu vari kunoku through mana mai mhandu nema departmental leaders. Takaona kuti ku prison kunoda futi kusvika mission. Saka vanhu vakaenda vakaona kuti VOP yanga iri kuitwa through Pastor Moyo. Asi tikazoona futi kuti vanhu ava vari kugezera bucket 1 vari almost 25 to 30 people. So nema resources mashomati now locally takakaunganidza 25 mabuckets aya ane maleads ekuti magroup anogeza anenge akuvashandisa. So takazotengawo futi Vaseline iyi sekuti chando chakuuya vanonga vachizorawo mafuta and matowels vanga vachisoshare or kutoshaya. So tinawo matowels panapa, I think there are more than 30 towels that are in here. Ndo matowels aya futi ndo matowels aya. Muchaona kuti tine sipo idzi ndedzekugeza idzi, so vanogona kushare vanoshare sipo idzodzidzi. So toda kutenda zvikuru nesupport yamuri kupa kubasa raTenzi. Idzi isipo dzekuti vagone kuita washing yavo dzakawanda. I think how many are these? This is pure soap 12 by 1 kg bars. So it's a big consignment which will touch lives.
Taenda ku prison ne Glenview district takataurira personal ministries kuti kuno kune basa, vakati aiwa regedza iti batsira basa raMwari, vakatipawo mabuckets yomukuona nesipo kuti tiende ku prison kumutawatawa. Toda kutenda nemission iri kunoku vanhu vakuita basa rinoshamisa.
It's been a week tichikemba and you have enjoyed very well. It's been a good experience. Because now tikubika outdoors nemoto zvatisingamboite from our homesteads, and everything is fine. Tikutenderera around the area tichifamba neshoko raMwari.
Inini ndoitwa Tatenda Mtsendaruzi from Guruwe district. Alright, ndoitwa Sakala Angelon ndinobva kuGuruwe district. Toda kutenda Mwari vakatiunza mukati memunda wavo kuti tiwanikwe tichivashandira. Tine zvizhinji zvatiri kuwanikwa tichidzidza mukati memunda uyu. Ndarealize kuti ichokwadi kuti Joel chapter 2 inotibudisira pachena kuti pamazuva ekupedzisira tichawanikwa tichirarama. Mayouth ndo achawanikwa vachifanira zvakare kuwanikwa vachipinda mukati mebasa raMwari, tishande tipedze basa raMwari.
Ini ndinoitwa Gogoma Munzi, ndine makore 70, ndiri mukati mebasa raMwari. Iye zvino tiri kuno kunonzi kutsokotekwa, ndiri kuno kubata basa raJehovha kwemavhiki maviri. Handigoni kurisira panzira because ndakarimisana naMwari wangu kuti kana ndabuda kwenda kundokushandirai ndinodzoka kana basa iroro rapera.
Women ministries did prison ministry, including evangelistic campaigns in various districts. Their biggest mission project was at Nyamakate, where 520 souls were baptized. As Adventists, we believe that the health message is the right hand of the gospel. No wonder the health ministries acted as an entering wedge many churches used to reach communities through health expos and drug awareness.
Mission is not for adults only. We want to thank the North Zimbabwe Conference for involving children's ministries in mission. We have VBS, Vocational Bible School, which was done in all districts. For example, in Rido Ridge, they had 150 children attending VBS, and 50 of them were coming from the community. This shows that children can be part of mission. We want to thank the elders and the pastors for getting children involved in mission.
Family Ministries Department on mission. We have been to 1 or 2 places. For example, we've been to Mauia with the Whisper team, with quite a number of Adventists and pre-Adventists. At the end of the program, 12 precious souls were baptized. We indeed managed to contribute food and clothes. Dear beloved friends, if we do God's work in God's way, at God's time, with God's power, we shall have God's blessings.
We want to thank the Lord for what the other departments have reported on mission. And we are here as youth ministries and stewardship and education departments. And we want to hear from the stewardship ministries. Yes, Pastor Chipunza.
Thank you, Pastor Nyawe. Mission is so broad that each department is expected to be in. We want to be happy to say, as stewardship ministries, we had also a chance to participate in mission-oriented programs. Of note is the program that we held at Chikurubi, Maximum Prison, where we had some inmates and also those who take care of the places, especially in the Harare metropolitan places. So we are able to say that we had quite a good time where we had lessons and seminars on self-reliance and also on VOP and Bible truth. So that's how we really contributed to mission. And Pastor Chikuni, in the same vein, we would want to hear from you. Since our schools are centers of mission, what contribution did you do to the mission?
True to what you are saying, Pastor Chipunza, our schools are popularly known as mission schools. Hence, a lot of activities took place, like spiritual week of prayer, which contributed to baptism. In the year 2022, 614 both students and staff members were baptized. And also in the year 2023, 506 souls were baptized, comprising of both students and members of staff. And some revival took place also in the form of school choirs and evangelism teams being engaged in evangelistic work to their neighborhood or their nearest communities. We also need to hear from the Youth Ministry Department. Pastor Nyawe, what can you tell us?
Yes, thank you, Pastor Chikuni. As youth ministries, we had the Global Youth Day, and this is the program that is run each year by the General Conference Youth Ministries. And it is one of the programs that the youth within the North Zimbabwe Conference, they are happy to be associated with. So with the theme, Love is a Verb, almost all churches, districts, and federations were involved in this initiative. Just to note a few, we had the youth in Norton who adopted the maternity ward, and they donated blankets and sheets. The youth in Glenview, they renovated Tariro home, and they donated mattresses and some food hampers. Not forgetting the youth in Mount Darwin at Ruya Mission. The students there were moved with compassion, and they built a 2-roomed house for the couple that is deaf and dumb. We want to thank the Lord for the work that the youth are doing.
Baba Chiziwe, tinofara chazosangana muzora nasi.
Tinotenda Mwari.
Yes. Last time yatakapedzera kuonana, you were one of my elders.
Chokwadi.
Nasu no morishi 20 years later.
Oh,
yes.
Notenda. Ndiri Global Pioneer kwa mtoko kwa ndiri kuita basa la Mwari.
Yes, Global Pioneer kwa mtoko.
Wongo.
Yes. vamwe wanyatsonzwisisa kuti global pioneer namfundisi kusiyana kwacho naliti evangelist zvakasiyana sei. Kana tiri kutarisa global pioneer, what exactly do you do?
Global pioneer anoenda kundotanga nzvimbo isati yamboitwa basa raMwari.
Okay.
Sekukura nzvimbo.
Yes.
Kuti basa rigofamba zvakanaka.
Kuti basa rifamba zvakanaka.
Saka ndo basa randiri kuita kuarea iyoyo.
Yes. Handi zvakada kufanana nezvaitwa nana Paulo.
Oh yeah.
Kupinda kuGalatia for the first time. Athens for the first time.
Chokwadi.
Kana tiri kuona mamutoko muyomyo kwamuri kushanda as a global pioneer. Makakupinda sei kana kuti muri kupinda sei to establish Adventism in that area?
Kupinda kwandakaita kusvika nemashandiro andiri kuita nhasi. Takagadzira ukama nema-authorities, relative authorities. Tikagadzira ukama na headman, tikagadzira na councillor nemasabhuku. Yes. Ndokugadzira kwatakaita ukama, saka waka-accepta pandakazvi-introduce wakafara nazvo.
Tisatapinda parecording inei, tisatapinda mustudio. Tambotaura nenyaya yekuti vanhu ikoko kwamutoko vari kukonesa chaplain. Ndevanhu vapi vari kukonesa chaplain? Ende zviri kubetsere chii?
Vanhu vari kundiona sachaplain. Takamboti pindei mukempi yemasoja.
Yes.
Tikati shande.
Yes.
Ndiri chaplain kwavari.
Yes.
Kukembe yemapurisa.
Yes.
Ndiri chaplain kwavari. Tikaenda kwa DA. Ndiri chaplain. Tikaenda kwa headman. Ndiri personal chaplain wa headman nefamily yake nedare rake pawanoita matare.
Yes.
Every month and iri Sabbath. Saka ndo vanondoona sachaplain.
Dare risati ratanga.
Ndinoita devotion. Opening prayer, devotion, ne closing prayer.
Yes. Nguwa iri kudzingirirana neso. Nduzembichana neng'anga dzamasangana nadzo kwamutoko.
Kwamutoko kune ng'anga mbiri. Kunzira kwatiri kushanda ikoko. One yacho
ng'anga mbiri dzamakaona ndiri kunogona kuine ng'anga dzakawanda.
Ng'anga mbiri idzodzo. Tiri kushanda zvakanaka. Mumwe wacho anga ari former Adventist. Akazova ng'anga.
Yes.
Asi tiri kufamba zvakanaka.
Yes.
Yechipiri mukadzi nemurume takagadzira ukama hwakanaka kuburikidza nemwana wechikoro because ndinombaona time yekuenda kuchikoro for ma-assembly slots. Ndiye akatibatanidza neripoti yawanopa nezvawanenge wanzwa pa-assembly. Saka so far tabhabhatidza wana wake 4, first born, second born, third born and fourth born.
Weng'anga iyoyo.
Mai wanomboya tichiswera tese. Baba wasati wakuuya but kana vana vanonoka kuchechi vanovaunza nemotorbike yavo kuti vakasike kubata time.
Mukuvhara isupport ipi yamungada from the general membership yechurch?
Kana ukaenda kundovhima haugone kuramba uchivhima usingachengetedze zvawavhima. Zvinoda kuchengetedza. Zvinoda kuti kana uchiramba uchivhima pave nesupport kuma-members waakuziva kuti uri kuita basa irori kuti zvabatwa izvi pakuvhima zvigone kuchengeteka. At the same time uchigona kuramba uchienderera mberi nebasa.
Saka in other words muri kuti global pioneer muvhimi sangano ndo rinochengeta.
Chokwadi.
Toda kutenda wamawadiwa nekuteerera kwamaita. Tinodayira eyo tanzwisa basa rema-global pioneers. Tinotenda chaizvo. Pastor Chiziwe.
Dinotenda.
The Joshua Project.net reports, and I quote, "The Doma people, also known as Vadoma, live in the Kanyemba region in the north of Zimbabwe. They speak Dema and Shona. They used to live in the mountains and are the only non-agricultural people in Zimbabwe. Many of them have gone to live in the lowlands. They are hunter-gatherers. We have little contact with other Zimbabweans. They live off the land by hunting, fishing, trapping, and by gathering honey, wild fruits, and roots. Zimbabwe's government has made efforts to assimilate the Doma people into the rest of Zimbabwe's society by providing health clinics and schools. But so far, the Doma have not been convinced that integration is in their best interest. They follow their ethnic religion, though there are some who are Seventh-day Adventists. Ethnic religions put them at the mercy of the spirit world. End of quote.
The Adventist global pioneer, Mr. Benj Mazofa in Kanyemba, confirms that the efforts by the Adventist Church to enter the Vadoma population group is yielding results. According to Mr. Mazofa, the Vadoma people are very serious in paying attention to church attendance and teachings. We are training them how to preach, to pray, to teach and lead. Recently, about 152 of them attended church. Human and material resources are needed to empower the Vadoma people to be self-reliant. I'm thankful to my wife and children for team ministry, said Mr. Mazofa. How beautiful on the mountains are the feet of those who bring good news, who proclaim peace, who bring good tidings, who proclaim salvation.
Church and Zimbabwe East Union Conference. What are we doing? We are going therefore with the book, The Great Controversy, the book of the moment. And as a union, we can't just sit. We can't just give commands. We have to do it, leading by example. And we have decided to travel all the way from Harare to come to Bindura, Shashi Church in particular, to give the book, The Great Controversy. Who is here? Wow. Do you know? Not Zimbabwe Conference is here. From the president himself to whoever. And who else is here? Shashi Church and all the surrounding publishing department leaders, the head elders, they are here to go therefore with the book, The Great Controversy. We chose Bindura as a way to show our support for the mission. We can't just tell people to buy the books, so we are having 2,000 books with us to give to the people. Not just here at Shashi Church, we are also in Bindura East District, where our other colleagues from the union are also there to do the same way. We praise God for the ministry. We praise God for the command. I will go, and we are going. There we are, the great controversy. Every home should have it.
There is power in the printed page. Publishing work is going well in the North Zimbabwe Conference constituency. So far, we have distributed almost 14,000 copies of the Great Controversy. We are looking forward to distribute more if every Adventist believer is involved. We also have a dedicated team of leadership evangelists who needs our prayers as well as moral support.
Spirituality is the lifeline of the church. It is an integral part of our mission, leadership, and anything we do, including infrastructure development. We are happy to announce that the NZC's leadership at all levels prioritized spiritual growth.
I really appreciate the 4 pillars we have as a church. This period under review, there is this pillar to do with the spiritual growth, and as pastors, the leadership came up with this initiative of having pastors' care meeting. How do you take it as our leader?
Thank you, Pastor Gwase. Pastors' care meetings involves engaging the pastor and his family into a week-long care meeting. It targets to inspire the pastor, preparing him to minister to the church at large during the care meeting. From experience, during the general care meetings, the pastors, they have no time to be inspired. They are there to feed others, but without being fed themselves. So this initiative targets the pastor and his family so that they get fired up and spiritually prepared to minister to others after they have been also revived through the camp experience. Tell me something, Pastor Gwaze, from your experience and also feedback from the pastors. Did they enjoy this and did they benefit from it? If so, how? And what could be the way forward?
Indeed, I think it was a noble idea. This is one of the things we were missing as a constituency. Pastors came meeting,
Imagine pastors, their wives, their children, camping for a week, enjoying what a camp meeting is. To me, I think pastors enjoyed a lot. They benefited a lot. Before going to present, before teaching or preaching, come August camp meetings, the pastors were already inspired, uplifted in almost everything. It was a blessing, which I think we definitely need to make this yearly.
Camp meeting is a very vital season to us as North Zimbabwe Conference. After the COVID-19 pandemic, we managed to have a camp meeting in 2022. In 2023, we managed also to have a camp meeting. We had 28 campsites previously, and 3 more campsites were added. The new campsites were Kariba, Rushinga, and Lakeside. We want to bless the Lord because in some of these campsites, we did see people with special needs also enjoying camp meeting just like the rest of the people. Camp meeting is not only a spiritual growth excursion, but it's also a mission fulfilling time. In this, we saw people getting baptized and also enjoying fellowship with their friends.
Children loves camp meeting. 2022 and 2023 took our children to another level with exciting crafts activities which took place in all campsites. We want to thank our coordinators, our children teachers, and our parents for being part of the Children's Ministries camp meeting.
Here are some highlights of the August 2023 camp meetings.
Ndinonzi Daniel Makonza, ndinobva ku Rungwe West Shipani. Ndafara zvikuru kuuya pano pa camp. Ndakanga ndiri kumashure kundaibata kusangano rinonzi AFC kana kuti Apostolic Faith Church Mugodi. Asi ndakazosiya ndakunojoina sangano randava iko zvino rinonzi Sabata kana kuti Seventh Day Adventist Church. Ndakanyanyodzidza zvidzidzo ndichibatsirwa na Pastor Betera na Pastor Rodzi pandaitirira pa radio. Kusvika ndazowana lingi rokuti ndikwanise kutaura ndiwane zvidzidzo pa WhatsApp. Saka zvakaramba zvichindikwezva zvichindidzidzisa kusvika ndabata shoko raMwari kusvika ndazonotsvaga paiva nesangano re 7th Day ndokunoriwana kuSvipani kwa Baba Maisha. Chakandifadza ndichokuti ndakasvika mazuva takanga takuda kuuya kuno kukempi ndobva vati mwanangu hazvinyanyonetsa ndoda kuti ndiende newe kukempi. Saka vakandibhadharira mari yekuuya ndo vari kundipa zvese zvandiri kushandisa pano pamusangano. Saka neniwo ndakanzwa hana yangu ichisundwa chaizvo kuti ndinofanira kubhabhatidzwa ndipindewo musangano ndikwanisewo kudzidza zvidzidzo zvandaiwana paredhiyo nepawhatsapp ndizviwane muchechi ndikwanisewo kuti ndikurewo pakunamata ndigokomborerwa.
Alright, mufundisi, tinge tiri kumbotaura nezvema new members newamwe wakauya through UZ initiative yakaitwa muna June 2023. Wari kunere campsite and kana wari kupi?
Patasvika panapa pasite pakakembwa ndo pakakemba vanhu vekukatakura nechomutukutu. Aya ndo new members akabuditswa nezunde reUZ pavakauya kunoku mwedzi wapera paseri muna June. Vakauya neuwandu hwavo.
Apart from the camp meetings, women ministries, AMO, and the Adventist Youth Ministries hosted historic congresses during this triennial. Leadership is a critical success factor in any endeavor, hence its importance as one of the NZC strategic pillars.
During the period under review, we want to thank God for leading all that participated toward leadership development. The local churches participated joyfully to fulfill and to ensure that their leaders are developed. Pastors, without fail, they ensured that they organized workshops and some seminars in developing their leaders. We want to acknowledge the great efforts that were done by the conference through their directors, who also organized some workshops and seminars to ensure that department leaders within each local church and conferences and federations participated toward leadership development. In a special way, we want to acknowledge and also appreciate what the conference leadership did. They organized the annual Bible conferences to see their pastors growing and learning as far as leadership development is concerned. In a special way, we want to acknowledge what the General Conference did and the SID and the Union, who came down to us at conference level to ensure that they enrich our workforce as far as leadership development is concerned. We had seminars with them. We had workshops with them. We appreciate such kind of support that we got toward leadership development.
As part of leadership development, ordination of pastors is very, very critical. During this period under review, we ordained 6 pastors. That is Pastor Shumba, Pastor Green, Pastor Maranduri, Pastor Utete, Pastor Msademba, and Pastor Chinyo. Indeed, it was a joyful occasion.
The Youth Ministries Department during the period under review invested 150 senior youth leaders, and about 400 of them are in training. Of those who are in training, about 80 of them are pastors and shepherdesses. And we want to thank the Lord for that development. We also invested 100 master guides, and about 450 of them are in training. We want to thank the local churches and the pastors who were involved in the development of the young people. The future of this church lies in well-trained young people.
Dr. Dwairo, we are glad to have you this afternoon here at Bluffville, where we have seen master guides graduating and the senior youth leaders. Your take on the program?
This is great. Thank you, Pastor Ngwaru. This was an exciting experience. One of my joys to see people being prepared for mission and being equipped to lead the work of God, especially among the young people. This is good. It was a joy to be here, and we hope to see more results from these prepared graduates.
What do you think about the pastors? I saw pastors graduating.
This is tremendous, at least with the involvement of pastors. Then you will know the area of young people is covered. At least they will be on the lead or on the forefront of leading and preparing young people for mission.
Thank you, Doc.
I am the North Zimbabwe Conference Master Guide President for this term. My role in the trainings is to supervise those that train the master guides, making sure that standards are adhered to and that everything is done according to standard fairly, so that our people are not discouraged in the course of pursuing this particular course of master guide. Basically, this is my role, oversight, that is it.
Do you see the training of master guides making a difference in the way the church is being led or young people are being led? Is it making any difference?
Oh, certainly, yes, my pastor. There's a great difference. Actually, if you check, we normally make some follow-ups. If you check the quality of leadership that is produced by those who are trained as master guides, you actually notice that there's a great difference to the church. The church is actually benefiting in a great way.
At this point in time, we want to acknowledge the great work that was done by some of our colleagues as far as furthering studies is concerned. So it is our honor and our joy today to welcome them and acknowledge the great work that they did.
The Headmasters and Deputy Heads Seminar in Harare is also a major highlight of leadership development because of the need to adopt best practices in our institutions.
In other words, putting it simply, ladies and gentlemen, other factors aside, good schools, good leadership. And the reverse is also very true. And so as we journey on in leading these schools that we have, what I want to emphasize, ladies and gentlemen, is that when all is said and done, there is some pain of ourselves as individuals, as performers, that the school actually shows. In other words, if I get to a school and I don't feel welcome at the reception, it is a reflection of the leadership. Because if the leader says you must smile at every visitor who comes, then the person who is standing in as the face of the school in terms of receiving visitors must reflect the kind of induction and orientation and attitude that the leader behind is actually emphasizing. So when you feel unwelcome, think about leadership. When you feel welcome, think about leadership. When you see a well-painted school and you see children that are courteous and you get into the school and you find that they greet you, think about the leader. What does he emphasize? It reflects something. We cannot run away from that.
Church schools. Why? Because they've got a dual tuition. That one, you is basic education. Then, the spiritual food. Zimbabwe and other countries now, they need more than just educated people. Zimbabwe, they have God-fearing individuals. We have professors, we've got my PhD holders, but we look at the society as it could have more than when we have if you don't know what for so because of that, I respect my children's school.
Ndakatendera nditora ma-quotations. Ndasvika pamwe vataurirana paipa zvikanzi tebho yedu iri kuita 850 but kana muchitenga mamita zvakawanda kudai $8 kata okay, let's settle for that. Zvikanzi asi mungangofamba mahara here kubva kukaroini munogona kuidya mari yechikoro. Ndakaita sokuti handizi kuti inodyika sei but ndoidya sei tikanzi airoka isu tinonyora 850 handiti but imwe iyi toona zvekuita. Ndikati baba isi tiri vechechi zita rechikoro ramatoona here tiri maSeventh Day Adventist. I cannot steal from my school because ndiri kuzvibira kadaiwaka ndobata sendobatira Mwari. The head wouldn't have known, the committee wouldn't have known. Asi ndakaza kuti hakusi kuti ndiri right aivo pane pandoresvapo asi baba hana yangu yakati aivo ndiri kuziva kutambudzika kutoita chikoro kuti ndiuye kunoku nemari yakaeresedzwa indobva ndatora. Saka it's very unfortunate kuti kana zviwanika pakati pema-leaders who happen to be Adventists, it's very unfortunate. Saka tongokurudzirana kuti miedzo yenoya Satan is making our lives very difficult in terms of remuneration and whatever we should get kubasa kwedu, so that if opportunities arise we are highly tempted to steal from the institutions. Saka tikuti Mwari atibetsere ipapo tirambe takarurama tichapuwa reward yedu kumberi.
One of the major themes of Bible history is building. Since that time, including now, the church has continued to build, hence the strategic pillar of infrastructure development.
We are happy to inform the constituents that one more school was added. This is Mariga Secondary in the Kanyemba area of Mbire District, Mashonaland Central Province. We were also offered a school in Mtoko by the name Hajga Secondary. We have the intention to make it a boarding school. However, paperwork is still underway. We managed to construct a teacher's house at Shutu Secondary School, a caretaker's house at Chegutu Secondary School. We roofed Norton Secondary School, the first block. We also managed to assist Chitikira with the drilling of a bore and the construction of abolition facilities. We have a lot of building projects taking place in our schools, like Mauya, a completion of teacher's house there. Also, Junction Boys Dormitory was completed. We thank the constituency for assisting us to purchase a 4-hectare land, a piece of land in Chinoi town for the intention of constructing a primary school there. We also received 34 hectares of land at Ruangwe campsite for the construction of a boarding secondary school in the near future.
Mr. Sylvester Joe,
the head of Junction Adventist Secondary School since 2010 to date. So we started a boarding school, a makeshift boarding school, maybe so to say, in 2018 to date. So in other words, our boarding school is now 5 years down the line.
Ndona takamira pa a new construction, pane building, iriku simuka panapa, very massive. Could you tell me infrastructural development, kubva 2010 to date, what has been the development so far?
Okay, yeah, since 2010 we started with only 2 unfinished classroom blocks, and the pace year development was very, very slow because even married Zacho from, my local day parents, there was nothing much up until when we thought of a makeshift boarding facility. When we upgraded some of the camp structures, maybe to accommodate or maybe to work as incubators so that we can start with something. So from there, that's when we're able now to construct our girls' dormitory and also our library, then the other classroom block, and also this boys' dormitory. Yeah, that is since 2018. That's when we started these major developments. We started with the girls' dorm, and this one is now our second dormitory, which is the first one for boys, so that we take those boys who are staying from our makeshift boarding facilities to come this side, which is quite a very beautiful. Very beautiful.
Yeah, I can see you are really modernizing. This looks massive and good. Mr. Joe, tasangana again after a few weeks. Ndava panapa. What's happening today?
Right, we're having our speech and prize giving ceremony, and we're also celebrating 5 years of existing as a boarding school. And above all, we officially opened this new boys' dormitory, and it has been officially opened by our North Zimbabwe Conference, Dr. O. Jairo.
Primary school. Responsible authority nekufatira kwakaita chikoro chino nekuchipawo mvura zvanga zvakaoma tichiisa magiredi 1 ne2 nguva yekupisa seineyo yaita kudzika zvikuru pamvura yekunwa. Saka tinongokutendai seventy-day Adventist nebasa ramakabata pachikoro chedu Chitikira Primary School.
This is Chitikira Adventist Primary School. We are at the teacher's residence. This is the old toilet. When we visited for our school boards with the officers, our executive secretary, Pastor Parangeta, went into this toilet, and he was surprised that teachers were using this kind of toilet, which was already at the verge of collapsing by itself, and it was also full. And then that's when he shared with us, because some of us had not visited that toilet, and we made a pledge to the effect that we are going to fund the construction of a new abolition facility for our teachers. And we did so as a conference and also as a department. So we are thankful now that the teachers are enjoying their services with good abolition facilities. In the education department, here are some challenges which we sometimes face. The challenge of increasing the number of our institutions, and also the challenge of maintaining and upgrading those existing institutions. For example, where I'm standing right now behind me, you can see that there is a banana plantation. It was used as a makeshift bathroom. They had no choice except using this one during the night only. You do not need to leave the conference alone to raise resources. The conference is limited in mobilizing resources. So we need also your hand in maintaining and chipping in the expansion and construction of new schools and maintaining those old schools, so that they also become attractive centers of influence.
We are happy to come to the constituency with the glad tidings that the mandate that the constituents gave us in our last session has been accomplished. We finally managed to move from Newlands offices to our Mount Upton offices, and we are operating from home. Above that, we are happy to announce also that we managed to organize 60 companies plus into organized churches. And to add some icing on the cake, we are also able to say that most church buildings have been taking place, but among these, we are able to tell the constituents that we managed to dedicate 2 state-of-the-art churches, which are Madokero and Blufffield Church. And I hope and trust that many of our companies and churches who are still under construction will emulate the move that these churches have taken, and at the end, this will speak for the gospel and also for the organization as a church.
Mr. President, I am extremely excited over what you and your team did in 2 years. And I sit here wondering if this is all that you ever did, or there could be other things that you did that were not mentioned in the video reports that we have seen. And is it also not possible that there could be other outstanding things that were supposed to have been done that your team did not find time to do, or maybe resources to do? And if there is something like that, what could it be, and what could have been the challenges, Mr. President?
Thank you, Pastor Ngwaru, for asking that question. Yes. Considering the time that we were working under, which is 2 years, I want to appreciate the great things that the team that I was working with the support of the whole constituents that we have accomplished. In view of the 4 strategic pillars that we were working on, or that were informing our activities, we appreciate that which we accomplished. However, there are still a lot of things that remain outstanding that we could not accomplish or fulfill due to the limitation of time and resources. In particular, allow me to mention, we acquired some land where we intended to establish some boarding schools. We couldn't afford to do so due to limited resources. Of such, we want to recommend such projects to the incoming team of leaders to look at and to pursue further, and also to look at other outstanding objectives as far as the work under the 4 strategic pillars is concerned.
Yes, Mr. President, definitely you could not have done everything under 2 years. And those who are going to carry the work forward, the new administration, even if you are to come back, there is still a lot to do from your desk. Before we came to the stage, we were talking about the ministry to white population group in our country here. Any update on that? Because I want to believe this is one of those major resolutions taken during the last constituency meeting. Any update on that?
Indeed, this was one of the resolutions we were mandated by the constituents in our last meeting. We just commenced a ministry to that effect, and we assigned one of our local pastors to lead or to kickstart that ministry. Yes. However, resources permitting, we desired to have engaged a full-time white pastor to establish a ministry to the white minority group. Such a thing we are recommending to the incoming team of leaders to look at and to pursue further with the anticipation and with the hope that it will come to fruition.
Beautiful. I would like to take this moment, Mr. President, to thank you and your team for the work that you did over the last 2 years. Although there is still a lot to be done, but considering the 2 years, your team did a splendid job, and we are very thankful to God for that. Any parting words from you?
Thank you, Pastor Ngwaru, for appreciating the work that was done. Indeed, we want to thank God for leading us and enabling us to accomplish whatever we accomplished. And we also want to thank the whole constituency for the support they gave us to fulfill the mission mandate that was before us. We want to thank also the support we received from our leaders at the union, at the division, and also the general conference for the support they gave us.
We want to pray that those that will come after us may will also receive the same kind of support that you were giving us. May God bless you as you continue to further God's work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. God bless your ministry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. At this point in time, I would like to move that the House accept the report as presented, including the soft copy of our report as submitted in our books. I move, sir.
A motion is moved. Anyone seconding? I see a second of people seconding. It's now open for discussion. May I see those who want? This time I'll start from this. Oh, thank you with the big amen. May I see those who want to speak? Do you mind to just stand up, please? Okay, do you mind to line up here? Come up front, then I'll go to this side. Okay, let us just file and we'll go in that order. Oh, okay. Are all those two coming? Okay. Oh, I thought they are filing out. Anyway, I've started with this side first, then I'll come to my left. Okay, those ones, delegates at my left side, you are kindly requested to remain seated until your opportunity arises. So we'll start from this side. We're starting from that far side. Okay, as our norm has been, if your question is already addressed, there's no need to repeat it. Thank you so much. Okay, we start on.
Okay, thank you, Pastor, for the beautiful report. I think we have seen a lot of work there. We really appreciate. But I just wanted to ask if we can get the soft copy, or rather that video from here, so that we can share it with the churches.
All right, tinoda kutenda neripoti yakanaka kudai. All right, tinoda kutenda neripoti yakanaka, so impressive tichiona pavideo. But mubvunzo wangu ndewekuti tanga tichinzwa kuti pakazoleka mafunds kuti vaenderere mberi, like kuti boarding schools avakwe. Andizive kuti priority atinoita seconference tinokoshesa zvinhu zvipi zvine kuponeswa nevanhu here. Ndaona manhingiriro anga akaitwa ekuti kwakaitwa efforts mazunde kuti conference for example kumarowe takadzvinywa madistricts kunzi buritsai mari, buritsai food, tifande program. Zveshuwa takafanda program ikaita sei ikafamba, but hakuna dhora ratakapiwa neconference kuti maprograms iwayo aite sei afambe. But unozonzwa kunzi president pari zvino vakambobuda vakaenda kuAmerica, mari ichishanda. Hatizive kuti president akugonewo kuitwa meetings here online. President oregedza kupedza na secretary, unzwa executive secretary wabuda, but mari dziri kuenda uko. Vanoprioritize kuenda kuAmerica kunoita meeting yekuti inogona kuitwa online. But effort kunoko todzvinywa semadistricts, and mamwe acho we are failing. To extend yekuti mukatarisa indobva kwaMurewa, district redu rakakura rine 25 machurches, rina pastor 1. Pastor hagone kutenderera machurches iwayo achimapedza. Handi muri kuona zvokuti tinotoda mamwe mapastor akawanda. Asi pastor ndauto ende district redu handichaziva kuti riri kuita kunge sorry, mirai nditaure because mukatondi. All right. Anyway, tikuti isusu prioritizai zvinhu zvinechekuita nevhangeri 1. 2, kudistrict kwedu, kufederation kwedu, hatina an ordained pastor. Tinokumbira mubhabhatidzi, imagine. Tomira mubhabhatidzi vanhu kukembi meeting.
We've heard you.
Hanzi mubhabhatidzi ashaika uku.
We've taken your, dear delegate, we've taken your question. Thank you. It's time up. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, President. Presentation yenyeredzo zveshuwa pane ma-developmental projects ari kuitika. Taona ma-houses ema-teachers ari kuakwa, ma-boys dormitories ari kuakwa. And I'm primarily interested in the education sector. Submission yangu iri kuti we have a school in Pindura inonzi Eden Primary. Chikoro ichi haisati chawa registered chokwadi. Asi chiri kurana under our name as Seventh-day Adventist. Dambudziko riri apa i1 nderekuti ma-teachers ari pachikoro ichi chiri paprazi. Community haikwanisi kubhadhara ma-teachers aripo. Saka termino yatabva yese nekumashure uko ma-teachers ari kushanda vachishandira pasina. Saka pavanozotaura vari kucommunity vachitenderera vanoti ma-Adventist ari kutishandisa mahara. Patinodzoka kuchechi, chechi inoti hatigone kubhadhara ma-teachers nekuti chikoro hachina kurejistwa. Can't we do something? Constitution yedu inoti kudii panyaya iyi. That's my humble submission. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much report. Inoratidza kuti mapastor edu ari kushanda zvakanaka, toda kutenda. But I'm also worried nekuti are we also rewarding their efforts in terms of pastors' welfare, because we also see the responsibility being channeled back again to the churches in terms of pastors' appreciation. And on that note, my suggestion is that if this be a responsibility of the conference to make sure that the welfare of all the pastors are catered for, and also to be standardized, because if a pastor is pastoring maybe kumkamburewa uko neari kuBorodeo, mumwe waappreciatewa ne323, mumwe waappreciatewa nenzungu, azvizoita zvakanaka. So we want uniformity, and we want kuti muappreciate mapastor nebasa vari kuita, and we see them vachiitawo ngwavha nesu kuratidza kuti zvinhu hazvina kumira zvakanaka. We want to see them concentrating on evangelism and effort nebasa ramakavapinzira. My second point, the issue of baptismal goals, I think emphasis should be not on the goals, but the efforts that a pastor is doing in terms of workshops done, because pastor rekuzoconverta vanhu nderamwari. At the same time, zvine results ekuti we are seeing half-baked converts dzinozongouya because mapastors anenge ana pressure to impress and nekuisa mabaptism goals akawanda. Saka we want that to be rectified. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your report. Though I would have preferred kuti President vatauri kwatiri, since ivo varipo, isu tiripo, then we can use the video kuzoparidzira kune vamwe vasiri pano. That's my preference. Then chimwe chechipiri, ndanzwa mureport mabuda kuti taka-establisha post ya mission director kuma schools. I understand kuti tina education director, tina business manager, tina chaplain, toeda futi mission director. All these people are pastors. So I may need to understand kuti what value are we adding by adding an additional structure. Then lastly, ndanzwa report yakanaka pamusoro pema global pioneers. I may also want to be advised on whether welfare yema global pioneers is well taken care of. Thank you.
Ndinoda kutenda nereport yatanzwa, asi mubvunzo wangu uri kutangira pakuti musiyano uri pakati paglobal pioneer namufundisi ndopandati kumbira ndichekeserwewo. Uyezve global pioneer anotungamirira machechi mangani. Uyezve global pioneer anotenderwawo here kuya kumusangano mukuru wakaita seuno. Chechimwe tikajekeserwa pamusiyano wamufundisi naglobal pioneer, ndofunga zvingatiitira zvakanaka. Semhangura, handizivi kuti Mhangura inoonekwa sedistrict here kana kuti kwete. Mhangura inoonekwa sedistrict here kana kuti kwete. Iye ine machurches anokwana 16. Kana zvakadaro, isu tina global pioneer, hatitenderwewo here kuti tipiwo wakafanira. Nokuti maonero atakuita kubva paripoti zvaakuita sekunge kuti Mhangura ndopokudzidzira basa tichipiwa isusu maglobal pioneers asingatenderwe kuya kusession. Maita here.
Tinotenda President neripoti yamatipa. Ndaingoda kuti ndihighlighte maissues matatu aya. Chekutanga mune maproperties amakatenga, dzimba dzavafundisi mumatowns matiri. Dzimwe dzacho munenge musanyatsodzitarisi, dzamustate yakaipisisa. Idzo dziri dzimba dzechechi dzinofanira kupangidza chiedza. Sekutaura kwemene muri kuita kuti infrastructural development inobatsirawo kusimudzira zita raMwari. Saka tinongoti tarisisaiwo dzimba idzodzo mudzigadzirise. Mari iri kuwestwa kurenda kumafundisi iridyuswa kugara mudzimba dzamunenge mawavakira. Ndo pane concern yekutanga. Yechitu ndoti mambotaura nyaya yezvikoro zvedu, tisangoperere kuinfrastructural development. Since maschools edu ari kushanda sema-mission centers, ngatitarisewo caliber yematichers ari kupindamo. Zvimwe zvikoro zvedu ndiri kuona kuti nhamba yemanana Adventist vavemo yatokura zvekuti waane influence yekuti zvinofanira kuitwa zvekudzidzisa shoko raMwari zvatodzikira. Ndiri kuti ipapo patarisisewo zvekare. Paspiritual growth me muri kutaura toda kutenda nemamusa aripo, asi ndada kuti wedzerai muongorore kuSabbath school inonziyo the heart of the church. Kunenge kwati kwesei imbotenderai machechi muone angowo madirativhange. Ndiri kuti ngakutariswe futi Sabbath school idzokere paposition yayo, inyatsoitwe isimudzire vanhu pamweya. Tinotenda.
Tinoda kutenda Mr. President with the good and the exciting report, and I clearly outline the achievement that you have made. But on the other side, I haven't seen any achievement that have been documented in a clearly outlined strategic plan. What is in here, they are objectives. But some of the objectives, they are not smart enough and cannot be quantifiable or measurable. They are not qualitative, they cannot be qualified, or they cannot be quantified. Therefore, it will be difficult to measure achievement. We can only say, takavaka dzimba, takavaka zvikoro 2, but taida kumbovaka zvingani. So I am proposing and moving a motion to say to the next committee that is coming, with the aid of anyone who can volunteer to have a clear strategic document that can be presented with clear targets and possible achievement in the next round of the presentation. As a motion, first motion. The second motion, I'm really grateful because the reporting that we have seen here is at process level, activities that we have achieved. But we have affirmed the mission there as we started. Then we need to also to track to say what are our progress towards that affirmation of mission? What are outcome level results that we have been expecting at this level? We need to clearly outline that. Lastly, my contribution is we are doing great as a church, but when we come to reporting, it might be very difficult to measure yourself. Why cannot we also do it professionally? We introduce an independent evaluator so that the president should not measure himself, but someone else will have that introspective eye to measure so that we can have credible results. Thank you.
Pamusoroi, sangano rese, sangano nzvinera Mwari, ndanyora zvinhu zvitatu zvandokumbira kuti ko neno Mwari vatibatsira. Taiona report yabata North Zimbabwe Conference as a whole, but tauya kusession zvekare kuzosarudza vabati vegore rinouya. Report yenyu yakatinakira, Mwari ngakukomborerei.
but taikumbirawo maclips next time kana Mwari vatitendera. Mapastor, each pastor per district rake tiziva, because you know each other. Tizive kuti ndezvipi zviri kuitwa kuMondoro, ndezvipi zviri kuitwa kuMtawa-tawa. Mapastors ayo timazive. Muchaona kuti at the same time pachapinda pasession tinge tingoziva vekuHarare. Kube kwaMutoko vanoziva sei vachiitwa basa. Vekumuzarabani ngaabuda achidini achitaura. Ine clip, ine short clip, a video tichimuona paripoti ndo zvakaita. Zvotibatsira kuti kana takuzoita kunominating toziva kuti pastor vari kushanda. Tinogona kusarudza mapastor asingashande toita dzimwe 3 years dzokusafa. Then chechi2 chandiri kukumbirisa, nzvimbo haikuri Zimbabwe haimbofi yakatatamuka. Indobva padunhu rekwaMutoko, shoni yangu yakabhenda pandobva kuBulawayo. Saka nzvimbo yekwaMutoko takapiwa chikoro chinonzi Hadya, chine infrastructure yakanakisa zvekare. Takachipiwa in a way yokuti they trust ma-Seventh-day Adventist Church. But vachitarisira kuti chikoro chavhurwa last year, tava ne 2 years chikoro sina mbovhurwa. Handizivi kuti chii chiri kuitika na-education director. Ipapo nokoti mapepa ada kupushigwa nani necouncil here ne-education kana kupushiwa nesu chipusha tiri tega. Tipindure ipapo takapiwa infrastructure nefurniture yese zvese zvinotarisirwa chikoro chaifara kuvhurwa dei chakatovhurwa. Izvezvi toramba chingovhunzwa kuti muchavhura rini chikoro. Vana vedu vari kuita musikanzwa vachigara mukati mesenta maMutoko patinenge tavalojera kuti vaende kuzvikoro. Ipapo tibatsirei. Then chokupedzisira chaambokakama elder wangu. Ndiri kuona as if Mutoko mudzi handizi kuti muri taisira pasi kana kuti ndio training ground remapastor manyuwani anenge achiuya. Hatina anonzi ordained pastor mukati mefederation iyoyo. Muchaona kuti munhu anobva kuno kuHarare anosvika kuma3 kuzobhabhatidza. Then patient yemunhu wamakagarisa wiki rese muchimugarisa muchimuparidzira otendeuka mozomubhabhatidza kuma8 ende munhu anenge akuzobhabhatidza wacho anenge achiti mhanyisa. Saka tibatsirei tiwane ma-ordained pastor kana zvichivhira handizi kuti muchazvifambisa sei mukati menzvimbo idzodzo. Tibatsirei. Ndotenda.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, I appreciate everything that I have seen on the report and heard on the report. And I will not comment much on what you have done, because I have seen it, I have heard of it. But allow me to comment on what you have not done. This is criticism that I think it will help even tomorrow. As a president, I expected you and your delegation or subordinates to be on the ground. Visit your churches. I have not seen you visiting churches. For good 3 years, churches does not even know who the president is. So coming to the ground, you could solve many other issues and answer many other questions that cannot be answered here, we cannot discuss about here. So you need to visit the churches, see how the churches are growing. There are young people there who needs to see, even just to see your face. So if you can do that, I would take it as a motion to compel the president and the subordinates to visit the churches and see their members, the members whom they lead. For an example, we have got the youth ministries, which I have observed and discovered throughout the 3 years. The programs in the youth ministries, especially the Pathfinder programs, the fairs, the quiz, are now turning into political programs rather than developmental programs for the young people, because you are not on the ground. So if you can do that, then we would appreciate more your work that you are doing. Thank you.
Tinotenda nekutenda pamusoro peripoti yapiwa kubva kuna president netimu ravo. Asi tinonyunyuta sekuti tinenge tiri ukumunda chaiko, kunonzi kumunda, kunonzi kumaofisi. Kwatinenge tiri as local church leaders ndokumunda kwatinotarisira kuti utungamiri huri kumusoro unouya frequently kuzoona basa riri kuitika nekuona maproblems ari kufesa vashandi vakabata mapadza kumunda. toda kuti titi zvakare district rikange rakura rinofanira kupiwawo an ordained pastor kuti vanhu vasanetsekana. District rakura rinopiwa pastor vari kuchikoro. Tashanda mumunda vanhu vada kubhabhatizwa, pastor vari kudriva motikari kuti ndikuda kunotora mubhabhatidzi kuHarare. Vabhabhatidzi havazive here kuti kuri kuitwa basa uku. Ivo vega vanofanira kutenge vachitobvunza kuti ndekupi kuda kubhabhatidzwa vouya. Ndandiri kupfungwe marumwe zuro taita basa mumunda, taita vanhu vada kubhabhatidzwa. Tinosvika pakupedza kweprogramu kusati kwazikanwa kuti mubhabhatidzi achava ndiani. Vanhu vanomira pasenda pari kuitirwa basa vodzokera kumba nenzara vaswera vakagarira mubhabhatidzi. Ngatibatsirweiwo vatungamiri, tibatsirei ipapo. District kana rakura kana ngaripiwe pastor vakaraisenzwa kuti vabhabhatidze.
Thank you, dear delegate. It's time
Zvikoro
up.
zvedu zvemaadventist zviri kudhura.
Beloved dear
Tibatsireiwo
delegate,
ipapo.
it's
Vanhu
time up.
vanototiza zvikoro zvedu.
It's time up, dear delegate. Thank you so much.
Vachienda kune zvimwe zvikoro.
It's time up.
Asi tisu tine basa rekuparidza shoko.
Thank you, dear
Zvikoro
delegate. We have
taiwo
heard
mari
you.
dzidzike.
Thank you so much. We've heard you. It's time up. Thank you. Next.
All right. I appreciate my comments SAR kuitwa. Actually, Nashto commenter kuti these are some of the best comments I've heard at any session. They are very valuable. Problem ndeyekuti ari kupiwa pa report anogona kuzorasikira mukutaura chete. Sana achikumbirawo kuti ma-observations ezvamunofunga kuti zvingaitwe kumberi zvichengeterwe pa-plans and resolutions. Moita zvekuzvinyora pasi. Talk and we focus on the report. Report haifanira kutora nguva kukomenta. Tikataura izvi. All right. Hamutenderi kuombera maoko kana mutauri achitaura. Tinokumbirawo, please, I know you are very valuable. Like I said, they are valuable. Atisuda kuti arasikire pai pama-notes asecretary. Saka tokumbirawo kuti aite sei tinyore pasi. If you have future plans or ideas or things to note, zvinokosha, you can write them down, zvinokepchiwa na-secretary. You don't even have to come forward and say. And chechipiri, ngatisadzokororei zvatotaurwa kare. I think we've already heard baptism. Kana wanzwa kuti your point has already been addressed, then don't mention it to save on time. Majitai. Zvakare, please, tarisai kuna timekeeper, anditi ngati respectei. So ingoti ga, make your point. Even muine my experiences akawanda, just make your point, kuti 1, 2, 3, 4, so that they can be recorded. Majitai.
All right, tinotenda maita basa Pastor Njovu but ndandatosvika chirega ndichizvitaura. Number 1, munopedza nguva muchisheedza mameeting. Uyai kucity center, uyai kwakati, uyai kwakati, gore rese kusvika pakati pegore. Kana musina kupinda machechi, yamupindire machechi kwedu. Zvite zvakanaka. Kwete ngoti sheedza amo mangwana youth, mangwana chakati, mangwana chakati, mangwana chakati. Taneta, please. Uyai muitire kamuchida, uyai ku district kwedu, motiunganidza pa district. Tinemi, topinda nemichechi. Kana vari leader youth, kana vari leader wechi, uyai tipinde pamwe chete. Kwete ngoramba mingoti sheedza, mari dzakunetsa dzokutravela idzi. Number 2, maita henyu makavaka zvikoro. But handisati ndamboona imba yapastor. Munorenda dzimba 500 years. You're our business. Kokuti pama stand, like in Lakeside kondogara, I know ku Radio Ridge kune almost more than 13 ground stands. Zisina zvadzirikuita. The conference dzirikuitei. Ndipindure ipapo. Tivake dzimba dzemafundisi. Tiwane pokuti vagare. Kwete kuti tambure kutsvaga idhisi kuti vanogara papi toarendera dzimba tozodai. haina ndione zvichibuda izvozvo. Number 3, macampsite edu ese mazhinji 98% haana kana mapepa. Mataura zvemacamp tazviona, but vazhinji vari kutodzingwa izvi zvikwavari kupindira. Havana kana bepa ravakanyorwa kuti iri ndepavo iri ndepavo. Kumvurwi takabvako, tikabvako tikaenda kwakumaruva vangu here, ike zvino vakatobva futi vakumondoro. Saka tinozvifambisa sei? Todevelopa apa tosiya, todevelopa apa tosiya, zvinobuda here? Chokupedzisira mufundisi. Thank you. Ndinokumbirawo kuti gore richitanga saizvezvi tine takagadzirira ndacamp meeting, but tasvika gore rekutenda camp meeting maakutipa vafundisi vane vazotaura nyambo. Tipei vanhu vane chingwa, kwete kutipa vanhu vanozoseka vega kumberi kwepulpiti. Gore rese kupedza mari ndichizogadzirira kuenda camp meeting, mondipa munhu unotaura ngano nematestimony ake. No, ndokumbirawo kuti mutiitire izvozvo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, I think Nyama Church buildings, Nyama Church buildings.
Silence, fellow delegates. Thank you so much. Let us give him the space. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nyama Church buildings, I think yarezwa, but issue yada kureza ndeyekuti tine churches are closer to each other. Saka now council is not very keen on giving us a stand up, while at least maybe a kilometer or 2 away, there's an unfinished church. So taita kuona kuti maybe how can the conference help us? Because definitely proximity ma church atiwani unless wakutenga stand at a commercial rate, which makes it very expensive. We are at a very nice school, Mr. President. This is a very nice organized place. But it is equally evident that we don't have our own place of like stature. Saka naitida kuvunza kuti what is the plan? Because mukatarisa zvimwe zvikoro zvakuita kuti unoda kunyora Cambridge, wonyora Cambridge, unoda kunyora Zimsek, wonyora Zimsek. So members ema-constituency edu ari kushaya kuti oendesa mwana kupi kune Adventist school. 1, ine status yakafanana neAmai Mugabe school. 2, inozompawo option yekunyora Cambridge. Saka what is the conference planning in terms of those types of schools? Atidi kukopera hedu kune zvikoro zveKatoliki kana chichichi. Asi munewspaper vanongoti, this is now a trust school, haisiri mission. This is now a trust school, haisiri mission. Vari ku-upgrade ma-missionary schools avo. I don't know kuti hatinawo plan yakadaro pertaining to our Nyazura. Can't we upgrade it? Our Ruya, can't we upgrade it to a level ekuti vanhu minority community watoda kuti like maybe my high income earners vanokwanisa kutora mwana wake omuendesa ipapo.
Respect that. It's time up. Thank you, dear Speaker. Time is up.
2 points. I won't explain. I'll just say them. Multicultural districts are not director akamira navo. We are focusing on a white community which doesn't congregate with us.
Thank you. Thank you. We've heard you.
Youth ministries invest chayevana. Irikuti 3 stages. Irikuti district federation. Yozoti NZC. More adventure are invest on one process. It is too tedious a process. The requirements for Pathfinder Fair is too expensive because it requires mwana kuti ave full uniform. Achibva a disadvantaged community. So directors then sideline mwana uya to favor vana vane uniform yakakwana. So they vakwanisa ku revise a bit my requirements are in that area.
Thank you so much. We still urge fellow delegates to confine our submission, for the plans and resolutions, like what Pastor Androve said. I think that would be really quite noble. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. President, for the good work that has been presented in here. However, I feel that we are leaving our men behind. I think from the presentation that was presented here, there was something about an AMO conference, only that. So I feel that at the end of the day, there was women's ministry, there was children's ministry, but there is nothing about men's ministry. I really feel that we are having so many challenges in the church and even in our homes because our men are not being attended to. So at the end of the day, even when the various departments were being represented, I didn't even hear about AMO. Is it even represented at the conference level? I'm not even so sure. So that's my contribution. Thank you so much.
Okay. Kuda kutenda nema presentations ataona pano ndangosimukira kuti nditaurewo nekuda kwe rural setup kwandinobva kure kure kuMount Haran kumkumbura ndizivo chinonzi church tinopindira pasi pemuti kunyangwe stand tinayo tatadzira kusimuka vana vaMwari ndoti conference ititarisewo kuMount Darwin kwedu tiri kukona kufar end. Remember tiri musoul winning, but musoul winning matiri mumomo tiri kukombitawo nomamwe machurches anenge achiranawo for soul winning wo dzavo. Saka as Seventh-day Adventist Church kweduko through support from the conference, we can mold bricks, we can do anything there that is available from the natural resources, but zvinotengeka tinobva tazvitadzawo. Tane 70 years tichingopindira muclassroom kusvika hatichapindiko. We decided kuenda pastand yedu ipapo, then pastand apa kana kwakunaya saizvozvizvi takutonopindira mumakitchen kudzimbawo kana kuti hatinopindi church kana kuine zuva mhanza yangu indatosvuka nokutsva nezuva. So pachurch tiringokumbirawo kuti what can we do as the conference kuma rural setups uku we are concentrating town churches. Also remember kuti pa-urban migration vana mayouth edu isusu vatinoproducer vari kuuya kunosimbisa machurches ekuno kutown uko kune maretirees. Saka ezvinezvi ana gogo ndevari kuwararama kumusha uko vakutarisira kuti vapindewo church but they can't. Ndo point andinayo pa-infrastructure development ipapo apo mazvida henyu.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Your report is very good, but I think you need to do more. There are things which I've got this paper which has been given by our church clerk, so it's not me speaking, it's the church. So one, we would like to know that pastors, they've now gone into full-time business, either farming and other businesses, neglecting their dutiful duty of being shepherds. So we want to know the church position. We know you are going to have retirement, preparing for retirement, and working full-time in your fields, neglecting the members. I think they are two different things. So we are appealing to the leadership that be on the ground, visit, Mr. President, visit the churches and ask whether your men are on the ground. This is coming from my church, and check whether the church are being fed. The next point is also Yambo Batwa. You are spending, wait. Pane dzimba dzakumera huswa dzema pastors, but my pastors achinorenderwa somewhere because they can't habitate in those houses. So we are simply saying we are wasting resources. Let's develop what we have. So that is another point. The
Thank
youth
you
ministry.
Thank you so much, Mr. So time up. We really respect time.
2 minutes, Mr. Secretary.
There is a group that is monitoring the time here. We really appreciate that. Let us abide by the orders. Thank you, dear delegate. Next delegate, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ndine 3 issues dzandichaedza kusummarize nekukasika. Number 1 inyaya health ministries, I didn't get our direction as a church. Tiri North Zimbabwe Conference with upwards of 60, 78,000 members, but we don't have a single health facility. Don't have a clinic, we don't have a hospital. Vanhu vedu vanonoponera kukaranda, whereas a hospital in our midst would be an aid to evangelism. What is our direction health-wise? Then ndangachida kubvunzawo even panyaya education policy. Vana vedu vakudzidza zvemashavi nekuda kwekuti curriculum inochinjwa nehurumende, and isusu ndiyo curriculum yatinongoshandisawo maschools edu atinoti ma-Adventist schools. They are not really Adventist schools. They are government schools run by Adventists, because curriculum yatiri kushandisa haisi curriculum yedu. Can't we have someone who is permanent at the conference, who is proficient in health, in education policy? Zvekuti tinogona kuitawo curriculum yedu isusu kuti vana vasadzidze zvisiri izvo. Same as health. Can't we have someone who is proficient, qualified in that area, so that they can push in the necessary direction? Then panyaya yema properties, nachida kubvunzawo kuti can't we have a qualified estates manager who is permanent at the conference and manager?
Thank you so much, delegates. Time up.
Thank you.
We really appreciate your submission. It's time up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. This site does open home kana kutaura. But time yangu isati yatanga kufamba, I want to congratulate you on two things, Mr. President. The first thing is for a wonderful report. The second thing is you bailed me out when we finally had an AMO Congress. So I want to thank you and congratulate you for that. My 14-year-old girl asked me, Baba, how come Mama wagenda ku Kariba and my sister went to Shashi and I went to Chifuti, but you are at home? And then I said, because I'm Sarma Tendeuka, so fortunately, and thank you very much, AMO program, it was the first of its kind, so I thank you for that. Right now, having said that, Mfundisi, I've got a few time. I was congratulating the pastor. Right, Mfundisi, Nyamakate for Christ. All the congratulations is going to the women's ministries and so on. Are you aware how much effort the town churches of Karoi have put in terms of nurturing Nyamakate district? If you are not aware, every one of the 9 churches in Karoi, every Sabbath, they drive 60 kilometers to Nyamakate to go and nurture Nyamakate churches. And I can tell you now that each church has spent in excess of $800 for the year in terms of nurturing. But conference, what they did was they sent a global pioneer. When they transferred him, he was transferred.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. It's time up. It's time up. According to our agreement and vote. Procedurally, if there's...
As a lawyer or church member, I will...
It's time up.
But I had important 2 more things to say.
It's time up, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much. Time up. We are abiding with the 2 minutes. We are kindly requesting all those who are coming to speak to abide by the 2 minutes that have been voted. That's what we have voted as delegates. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, dear delegate. Time up. Thank you.
Ndoda kutenda president ne report rawo ranga rakanaka chaizvo. Asi ishu yangu ingori pachinhu 1. Ndiri kungobvunza kuti health department harigoni kuita stand alone department here risina kubatanidzwa nemamwe madepartment, because mukatarisa even pareport yanga ichiitwa maybe madepartmental leaders vakawandirwa nemadepartments, rimwe rinosafa rimwe roita sei roenderera pamberi. Nachingokumbirawo kuti hazviite here kuti health department riite a stand alone department. Ndachifunga kuti structure yedu yechechi kubva kuGC madirectors ehealth vanenge vachibva kuhealth vari mahealth professionals hazviitiwo here kuti zvisvike kumaconferences edu?
Ndoda kutenda neripoti yamapa zvakanaka. Inini ndakamira panapa ndakatumwa neNzira Adventist Secondary School. Nyaya iripo ndeyekuti kwakaitwa accreditation. Education director vakati izvo tiri kupai tractor, tiri kupai zvese. Saka community yakatovaka shed yatopera, yakatorufa yakatoplastwa. But pakupedzesera headmaster vakapuwa report yekuti tractor haichauye. Saka pakaitwa meeting last week. Ukama hwe7th day necommunity house namira zvakanaka. Ndokumbirawo education director munokumbirwa kuti muye kuground mutaure kuti chakonzeresa kuti tractor makavimbisa iya isauye chii. Ezvinezvi tanzwa kutaura nyaya yekuti hadya kunzira secondary kune vana 602, kunzira primary kune vana 230. Zvokuti kunoqualifya kuti kuite boarding school. Sekuvimbisa wamakaita zvidhina zvakaforomwa zviriko, ndo zvandatumwa ndatenda zvangu.
Ora toda kutenda isu hatina zvakawanda. Chandino kungoda kukumbira eko zvinezvi ndechekuti ndinangokumbirawo kuziva kuti president neteam pamakapinda last term muchipinda muoffice takasubmitawo semauya district kuti tiri kukumbirawo kuti mauya district haisi kushandika. Mauya district yakakurisa. Tinokumbirawo kuti at least mumbouya muione kuti pastor anoshanda kubva kunonzi kuchirariro achiuya kumauya, obva kumauya achienda kunonzi kudete, pese apa anenge achidarika nemukaroyi, ende makilometers aya kwaari akufambike, ende kune 200 kilometers kubva pamauya kuenda kudete, pozoita kuti 200 kilometers kubva pamauya kuenda kuchirariro. District harina kusetewa zvakanaka. So chechipiri handizive kuti policy inoti chii nema headmaster edu ema Adventist school kuti havabvumirwe here kuuya kuno kuma meetings ku session ari ma delegates. I don't know kuti policy inoti chii. Tiri kukumbira kuti mutipindiro ipapo.
Ndinoda kutenda neripoti yatanga tichiona. Chekutanga ndinoda kuti kuakuru tibatanidzireiwo mazunde enyu.
Just 1 minute. Pamusoro madelegates tiri kukumbira taita siu vanhu vasimudza mumaoko, but then our file is keeping on extending and extending. Otherwise we'll end up the whole night trip pano. Let us follow order. Vanenge vaindicata vasimudzwa vetwa picked handizvoka ndo vochita participate. Kana mukana wazotendera, then you will see it after. We really solicit you to abide with the procedures. Thank you so much, fellow delegates, for abiding by this. Thank you. You can continue. Thank you. Sorry for that.
Indanchida kutenda neutungamiriri huri kuitwa mconference ndoungataona kuti vari kushanda, asi dambudziko rataita nderekuti maprogram econference awandisa anotimedza sepalocal church nepadistrict. Tiitirewo zvinoita kuti tiitewo maprogram edu, kozoti pazunde tachikumbira kuti mubatanidze mazunde enyu. Kana iri pamwe zunde 1 pakota mobatanidza youth amo dhoka yoita zunde roenda rakabatana, kwete kuti dhoka iri kuenda ichidzoka, youth iri kuenda ichidzoka, amwe iri kuenda, homwe iri kubuda ndiyo imwe chete. Kozotizve pacongress yatakaenda kuKariba tatichikumbirawo vana baba nana pastor. Vana pastor tachikumbirawo kuti kana muchiuya itewo muganu kana we 100 mapasta. Vana baba hatisi kukudai nokuti kuno kucongress yamadzimai. Hatichaoni mukana wokudiscussa tasangana sena mai nokuti munenge muri mumatent pa next nemadzimai enyu. Ndobva ndauya pabhuku randakabata rino iri. pabhuku randakabata takaripiwa kucongress. Ndinoda kubvunza vakuru vesangano kuti zvatinotenda makazozvidzima here zviri mushoko raMwari. Ndiri kuona mapasta ndofunga vakariona bhuku iri rine vakadzi vane makeup, vane ma-eyelash, vane twakawanda-wanda.
Point of order. Point of order. I'm allowed to interject. Kana tasai ningi rules of order yenyu. Kata point of order toto nyarara. Vana vaMwari zvatiri kuita izvi handizvo. I don't know where we're going as a church. Tavota timetable. Ende tikutopwanya pamusoro timetable yacho. Kuvota timetable kureva kuti ndizvo zvatichatevedza. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, read your church manual before you come here. Church manual says you don't represent your church here. You don't. We are not here to represent our entities. We are here to represent the church. Not a Zimbabwe conference, not a particular church. That's a point of order. Please. Tawiri and a time. Pastor Parangeta, please. Ngati stick to time. Tatiko nota ita ku lunch, ku supper. And ku supper, we stop this because tapedza nguwa yacho. We are supposed to respond to the report only, not resolutions and ningi. There are people who are going to work tomorrow. Vanda kudzokera. We are not hanzi tiri pano kuita business amwa rine time. I'm glad. The members from my district, no one stood up to speak. I'm glad. Not that tikuti nyararai, but taurai ma points ezvatavinga pano. Tauya kuzokomenta reports. Not kupa ma resolutions, chikoro chakazoti chakadai. No! Let it be very clear to us. It's unfortunate that we may be having a hangover here, August 23. It looks like. Please, let's just work on church business. People want to go up to work. Mangwana ni Tuesday. Pastor Parangeta, I don't know with this point of order. Can we move that we stop this thing? We go to the next program. Kanatazoa nanguwa vanoya pavanoda midnight. Vozotaura munomu. Please. Thank you.
No, pane vari kutaura best. Ngavaite continue. Yes.
All right, as a delegate, I really appreciate zvataurwa naPastor Warari. But pane zvisina kuzondiitirawo zvakanaka. Zvekuti tine hangover August 23. I don't think it's well on course. Because we are here for a spiritual gathering, and when we are uttering zvinhu zvakafanana naizvozvo, handone zvakanaka. Maybe he might need to explain to us kuti pavari kuti tine hangover August 23 vari kurevei. Maybe it could have slipped on me.
Alright, ndandichida kutaura nenhau futi yezunde kuti isusu last year takaenda kurushinga tati chikumbiro maprogramu anowira pakati sei kurushinga dai matipawo kana 3 years tichidzokera pasaiti yatinenge takaita kuti tisimudze vana vedu takabhabhatidza vanhu 80 pasaiti yedu asiko zvino hapasisina vanhu vakawanda tokumbira muti ve3 years tichiteverera nhengo dzedu kuti dzisimuke tosiya tawakawo na toileti tosiya pane shedi yokuti vanosara vasare vachiwana pekupindira chechi.
Thank you so much, fellow delegates. Fellow delegates, it's up now for us either to vote to close this discussion or to vote to continue. So, to those ones who are saying, let us vote to close the discussion, may we show by raising up our hands. Okay, we've all voted to close. So all in favor that we accept the report? Okay, and those with objection, show by the opposite sign with a no. Carried. Thank you so much, fellow delegates. Thank you so much, fellow delegates. Like Sekutaro Kwazwatkwane, one of the speaker here. Taita overlap in 1 hour after lunch yanga ya kwana. Yes, so before Sataenda supper, yeah, ta overlap 1 hour. Supper it was at what time? Was at 5. Supper was already ready. So chapu a few announcements. Zekuti tiende kusapa, but before we go, Pastor Msademba vachatipa those few announcements, and also pane a matter to do with the prayer band vachati tungamira, then we dismiss for our supper, and we are informed kuti how many minutes tozosangana mane. Mwari vatitire zvakanaka, Mwari vatikombore. Thank you.
Manheru akanaka sangano dzene Mwari. Toda kutenda zvikuru ne patience. Saka ndipei half a minute to explain what I have here. Where prayer band wari kukumbira kuti Mrs. Zimbewa nema retirees edu asare muno for the logistics ze prayer band. Taudzwa kuti susu we must also keep my windows nema doors ema hostels edu ngagare akavarwa because tsoko dzinopinda zichita mess up. Zikanzi futi let's share newasina ma bathrooms and ma pollution facilities warima neighbors edu, because we understand kuti pane ma dormitories asina ma bathrooms and ma toilets. So if you are neighbors, let's be kind and help those of our friends with zvidaro. Then kune wasina ma beds nekuda kwe number yawo mu hostel mawari kwanzi chekai kuti kuma common rooms amukwanisi here kuwana ma mattresses ari imomo totora tomashandisa. Mwari atiitire zvakanaka. God bless.
Wait, supper, we are waiting 1 hour. So together that's the 6 na 7:40.
Okay. So, thank you. Sorry, one more thing. Tanonoka kwenda kusapa by an hour. Saka, that means we are supposed to be back here very early also. Saka tufaro pinda muno by 7:30, let us be here. Zingaitare? 7:30 ngatingeta muno. Let's try our best.